talking to myself for the last 5 minutes, but it's okay because I've still got a zit on my nose and one on the side of my head, which is really big. I was talking about that anyway. Sorry, I am a very silly person because I thought I was live, and I was talking about how I was going to get the comments over here so I could see them bigger because I've got a big screen over there. It's like big screen, so I can see the comments really big in this eye. Whereas if I look in this eye to those comments, they're really small. Right, okay, so I think I'm live now. I thought I pressed live. I honestly thought I was live. Anyway, right. Sorry about that. I'm going to go and have a shave in a minute. I'm going to go and have a bath. The water's hot and ready to go. But yeah, I thought I'd do this first before all that. So, and I need a bath. I do need a bath. Hello, pups. Are you off? You going? You say good hello before you go? Tweets? Well, that stopped her. She literally was like 2 paws down the front first step, and then she's like, the moment I said treat, she's like, oh. She's like, I'm getting out of here. He's talking a lot, and it's just doing my nut in because I think he's talking about me, so I'm going to go now because he's talking about me, but there ain't no treats. What's the matter? I talk about you. You catch this one? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Quality bit of catching. Well done. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. Yes, goodbye. Yes. See you later then, if you don't like me talking too much. Goodbye then. If it does your nut in. Yeah, you're not the only one, by the way. I'm sure there's plenty out there. Right. Hello. So who have we got in the channel? So thanks to everyone who turned up on the live premiere that we just had. That was from, it was yesterday. It seems like a long time since yesterday because we did Manic Explores yesterday. We did a lot of stuff. So I'm just going to welcome everybody that's in the chat channel first. So Graham L, KK Explores, Andrew Carr, Keith Walsh, GTR Adventures, Exploring with Kim and Dan, LK Computers, who's now changed his name. That's Liam. Kintoki, Catherine Day, Exploring with Jen Evie, Kintoki again, sorry, The Haunted Coachman, Tracy Photography, Tracy Jackson, Melissa Jones, Dennis, my God, Dennis. Who'd have thought it? Thank you for coming back again. Dark Explorer. Anybody else? Adam George. Brian McKieran. Cyrus Carter. Luke White. We'd have to have. Where would it be without Luke White? Gareth Jones. Prabverk. Okay. Shouldn't take the piss. Probably a real name. You know, it doesn't sounds like a made-up name, but no. Let's have a look. Street Rambler, DJ Carl, MRWX 1963, Revolution Joe Marshall, Richard Perry, Francis Rowland, Neil H, Exploring Brady's Vlogs, and Ashley Hawks. And I'm going to stop saying any more welcomes now for the moment. So if anybody wants to come in, right, we got Richard Warnock, and we got Harry Limpington. But Richard Warnock does not have a camera. So the rule is you've got to have a camera. Otherwise, we don't take a chance. So otherwise, I might as well just turn my camera off. And we do this as a voice podcast, which would be a lot easier actually. But because I'm sure I sound more exciting than I look right now. Is that a zit? Probably. Oh dear. Anyway, right. Too much fatty foods. That's me. So anyway, right. And that's not fatty food, by the way. That was, I don't know. That just comes up every year. And that one was sunburn. Right. What am I drinking? Kronenberg 1664. There. I'm nearly out of this one. So, okay, let's get to the point. Because I can talk nothing for hours. So what's the point? Daedalus and the Hovercraft Museum. Right. Is there a connection? Well, for many of you who don't live in Portsmouth, which probably be like 99.99% of you, there's a place called HMS Daedalus, which is an old naval station, naval RAF station. They've got it's probably Navy, but they've got a runway there. And this is Leon Solent. So if you look for Leon Solent near Portsmouth, it's very close to Gosport, and you can see the runway. And it's basically somewhere in between being military and civilian. It's kind of been handed over to some sort of quango agency that nobody's ever heard of, called Homes England. Homes England. So what has a ex-military base and a runway got to do with homes in England? Yeah. But Homes England thought it was a good idea to take away the public slipway. I shall show it to you. Hang on, let me share my screen. Share screen. Screen 1, I think it is. Yes, that one. So I shall show it to you. Here we are. Now, I tell you what, I keep doing this. No, I won't show it to you. I'm going to stop that because this introduces problems. Hang on. This always causes problems. So let me just do this and sort this out first. Right, okay. So let me just get you down here, and then we will share the screen. How do I do that now? Just bloody typical. Share screen, select screen 1, allow. Okay, I think you're looking at the screen now. I will press play on that. There we are. So we go over to Google. Right, this is the south coast of England, as you can see. Plymouth is sort of around. Sorry, not Plymouth. Portsmouth. I keep on saying Portsmouth for Plymouth and Plymouth for Portsmouth. Again, mixed up. Gosport here is on this side, and Leon Solent is here. You see, I have a star in it. Look, you see, Daedalus Slipway. Okay, now this is a public slipway where people can put their boats in the water. Now, I found it very hard to find public slipways that are free and easily accessible and good quality. And this happens to be one which was free, easily accessible, because look, lots of cars parked there, right? And look at that long slipway that goes into the water. Isn't that nice? So that means you can get your boat in the water pretty much whether it's high or low tide. And for some reason, prior to COVID, this had blocks put on it. So there were blocks which you put across here to stop people coming in and using it either as a car park or as a slipway. Now, that then caused a situation whereby people who had jet skis and small boats were forced to use other places. Let me bring it back onto the main screen. Before I do, there's the slipway, okay? And across the road, you see hovercraft, hovercraft. I didn't see two of them. I only saw one of them. So one of them's disappeared. May have gone somewhere. I don't know. But anyway, we only saw this one and we saw this one. Yeah. And my mate went into this one. Okay. So, yeah. So it's right across the road. Notice slipway, right across the road, hovercraft in a compound. Okay, so let's bring it back to the thing now. So stop the screen sharing. Hang on. So I know I'm transmitting, but somebody's just sent me a message. Let me read it in case somebody's telling me I'm doing something really stupid. Simon, hang on. Let me listen to this then, because it must be good.
Hello, mate. You haven't had no shit off that fucking mountain.
Yeah. Yeah, no dear. It's all right. It's not related to what we're talking about here now. It's not related, so that's all right. Something else, I think, anyway. I have told people if there's something really important I'm doing wrong with the stream, to ring me, because I'm not going to pick up on the fact that these texts are coming in. There's a few people who got my number. Oh, there's a few more people who got my number since yesterday, because I just had like phone calls and phone calls and phone calls and phone calls and phone calls, because my telephone number appeared in somebody's video. No names mentioned because I don't want you going off looking for it, but it was in the video, which has now probably been taken down, thankfully. And this person, you know, well, this video went up, and then I just started having phone calls all of yesterday, right into the evening, and not normal phone calls, just like ring, drop, and like, what does that make me think? That makes me think block. That doesn't make me think, oh, I'm going to ring that number to find out who it is. Yeah. You know, oh, you can have your personal phone call from the secret vault. You know, don't leave a message on the answer phone. No, just ring. Yeah, really? Yeah. So they're all blocked now. So they ain't going to get their personal phone call. Hang on, let me just turn this sound up a minute. Right, I'm going to have to go and get a beer in a minute because I'm starting to run a bit low on this. So anyway. Okay, so we give them the preface. Right, you've got this slipway, and a slipway is something that goes down into the sea, and you can reverse a boat, or you can manually steer a boat down if it's small enough and get it into the water to the point where the boat is floating, and you pull the trailer out of the way, and off you go. You're in the water. But it means that you can have much heavier boats and much bigger things, yeah? Now, the other slipways which are nearby are Warsash, which is very overcrowded. And as a slipway, you know, if you've got to wait for other people to get their boats in, and then to fuss and fart around, it becomes a problem when there's limited space. Now, Warsash has got limited space, and also it's a muddy beach. So your trailer gets mudded, everything gets mudded up. It's limited space, and you have to pay for the privilege of pushing your boat into the water on a bit of concrete. And, depending on the size of your boat, I mean, mine costs about 10 quid. Now, it's 10 quid I don't need to pay because Daedalus was free. So why am I not allowed to use Daedalus then? Now, there is another slipway. Now, these are quite a distance apart because Daedalus is in the perfect location for me. It's just where I need to be, where I want to go, okay? If I go to Warsash, it takes me 20 minutes in the boat at high speed to get to the same location. It's not like driving a car where it takes, 5 minutes or 10 minutes. It takes 20 minutes, 30 minutes to get that distance from A to B, which is a pain in the arse. So if you want to be operating down there, you've got another choice. You can go even further down, and there's a lifeboat station. But the problem there is it's a lifeboat station, and a very active one. They have people watching out into the channel. They've got a radar. So your activities in arriving could be monitored, which I don't really like the idea of. Oh, Dinkum Aussies. He sent $14.99 Australian. Thank you very much. Have a couple of pints. Well, I will. Can I have 4 beers? I certainly will. Thank you. Cheers. Yeah, I'm enjoying this more than talking, actually. But I'll try not to go too crazy. That's about my 3rd pint so far, and I think I've only got 2 left. So, yeah. Where were we? So anyway, right, you can go down to the Coast Guard. The trouble there is it's absolutely rammed because it has a public car park. It's rammed with members of the public who want to be doing everything from kite flying to walking on the beach with their babies and their dogs. Okay, so Warsash is a dedicated boatyard and slipway. So you won't really be getting problems with idiots, but you have to pay. Then you got the Coast Guard place where you got the Coast Guard boat in the way, and it's just got loads and loads of people milling around, and it's very hard to maneuver the boat because it is very tight access. Okay, so there are a number of these. There are a number of them, and they are just so ridiculously narrow and tight to drive your boat down that you're never going to be able to reverse out properly, and it's just a pain in the arse. Warsash is really big, and you can turn the car around on the standing, but you have to pay. So again, if you go to the Coast Guard station thinking, I'll use this one because I won't have to pay, there's a big sign, and guess what it says? Small boats and jet skis don't use this site. Use the dedicated site at Daedalus. And that's from Gosport Borough Council. That's their advice on the signs. Jet skis and small boats use Daedalus. You drive to Daedalus, ha 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 ha. It's closed. There are concrete blocks in front of it. What's all that about? So I have written to the Gosport Council, who then went, nothing to do with us, nothing to do with us. It belongs to Homes England. And who the whilst they're at home, who at home is Homes England? Because I've never heard of them, right? So this agency, for some unknown reason, known only to itself, has decided it's going to close the Slipway that they may or may not own. And Gosport, in advising people wrongly to go there, have had no input on this at all to say, we need this reopened because it's the public Slipway allocated for jet skis and other small boats. We need that reopened. So you got Gosport pretending like, can't see what's going on. Sorry, is there a problem? Is there a problem? Like that. It's not our problem. It's him. Go and speak to him. It's their problem. And I'm fully expecting because I've written to them, but they never got back in touch in time for the weekend when I went down there. And I said, is that back open yet? Because there's no reason for it to still be closed. So I'll get my answer on Monday. It'll probably be like, oh, yes, because of technical reasons and blah, 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 and COVID-19 and blah, 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 blah. It's going to have to stay closed. Now, I've been going there for quite some time, and it's always been closed, okay? Now, here's the funny thing. The Hovercraft Museum is on that Slipway. And I read a little interesting news piece. Have I got it? Yes, I've got it up here. Let me just show this to you. Okay, can I do this easily? Let me just bring it over here. Oh, fuck. There we go. See, I've cocked it up already. Right? Cocked it up already. Hang on, I'll tell you what. No, I'll do it like this. No, it's still cocked up. Hang on. Let's try this then. Yeah, and I'm not... Alan, you stump. No, if you haven't got a camera, we ain't bringing you in. Sorry. You've got to have a camera. It's the rules. Sorry, somebody else decided it's the rules. So anyway, right, where are we? This then, Daedalus revealed. Okay, so here we are, story. Okay, I'll zoom in so you can see it, hopefully. This is a news story from the Daily Echo, which I assume is Portsmouth and Southampton and Gosport related. It says a new hovercraft service to link Southampton and Portsmouth has taken a step closer to reality. They already have hovercraft in that area, by the way. So this is why this needs to happen, I don't know. But 2017, this is right from 2017, September. So let's say late 2017. So in the next 6 months, so they're talking about in 2018, sometime it should be getting active. Well, it didn't quite come to pass because there isn't a service, as I believe. There isn't a service there at Daedalus, but they closed the Slipway nonetheless. So here we go. The Daily Echo can reveal. You see, this isn't something that the councillors told the public. The Daily Echo have got an inside track here, like an inside source, that there have been discussions between councillors and Hover Travel, the UK's only hover ferry service, to develop a new water taxi linking the two ports. So a proposal for funding the Southampton to Portsmouth hover route is expected to be submitted, and they will stop at none other than Daedalus Airfield. So guess what? Some secret deal, let me bring you back on, some little secret backroom deal has been done only in principle, to bring some sort of hover service to the area, and without any input from the public or any questions being asked about noise and hovercraft and without any of that, right? Because they're bloody noisy things, hovercraft, okay? Make no doubt about it. Yeah, they are noisy as bumming. Okay, I was going to say bumbuggery then, but yeah, all right, fair enough. We'll say it. Bumbuggery. Okay, so yeah, they are very noisy. So you're going to have people who ain't going to be happy about that. But the councillors had a discussion in the secrecy of the council chambers to make this happen behind the scenes. And then guess what suddenly happens? The public slipway is then closed. But hang on a minute. Because I wrote to Gosport Council and they said nothing to do with us because it belongs to Homes England. So it's not our fault. It's not our fault. But hang on, Hover Ferry or something, or whatever they are, spoke to the council to get permission to do it. But it's not their fault because it's owned by Homes England. Well, did Hover Ferry go to Homes England? No, they went to the council. So somebody's telling porkies here. Who's telling porkies here? So I put in a Freedom of Information request because they're both government bodies. I put a Freedom of Information request in now to Gosport City Council. Can I have any memos or any internal documentation about discussions to do with the hover taxi and why Daedalus is closed? And I've sent the same thing to Homes England, whoever they are. Right now, we'll see whether we get a sensible response because they've obviously been doing backroom deals, which they haven't asked the public about. And to remove a public service like that, such as a slipway, because of backroom deals, yeah, I think that's a little bit dodgy because most of the people who are down there, right, who are jet ski users, who now have to try and slip their jet skis and their trailers in and around the bollards or lift them over and walk them really heavily down to the beach, which is not what a slipway is meant to be about. Those people have all told me that as far as they're concerned, right, that slipway was closed down for no reason. They don't understand what the reason is. So none of those people I spoke to have discussed or understand this little deal that's been done between this ferry company and the council behind the scenes. Yeah. So are we going to find out the real reason this slipway's been closed? Now, I thought a good way to draw attention to this. Also, I actually like the idea of going and have a look at the Hovercraft Museum. It's never been open when I've been there. It's never been open when I've gone past, ever, right? But apparently it's open now. So I thought, well, we're not going to be pissing too many people off if we go and have a look. But I didn't really investigate it heavily. Sorry. I didn't go and investigate it heavily. But I thought, let's go and have a look. Why not? Let's go and have some fun. And at the same time, if anyone says, why are you there? I'll say, well, why am I here? If the police come, I go, why am I here? Well, whilst you're here, officer, don't be asking me, why am I here? You should be asking questions about why the council are taking away public services like this slipway behind the scenes for little secret deals they're doing with a little hover taxi company, which they're not telling their local constituents about, right? And has to be reported to them through the local newspaper, yeah, when it is revealed, right, rather than anyone finding out about it. Yeah, nice one. Yeah, so okay, Mr. Police Officer, when you come back to me with answers about that, then you can ask me about why I'm here looking at the hovercraft. That was going to be my response. But as it happened, we managed to get away from there without being picked up by the police. And subsequently, we had all sorts of people, literally baying for our blood, on the Facebook page of the Hovercraft Museum. It's like, I'll get my Rottweilers down there. They'll have them. And I said, well, you don't like your Rottweilers very much then, do you? Well, are they just like snapping robots that like you don't care, you can just throw it away, get another one, is it? Like snapping robot that's going to like bite somebody, and then that person's going to say, that dog bit me. I want it euthanized. And then your little snapping robots are going to get thrown in the bin. But it's okay because they're just snapping robots, aren't they? They don't have feelings, yeah? And obviously you don't really have any emotional attachment to these snapping robots. So what does she say then, this woman who's like, look at my Rottweilers. They'll come and bite you just before they get euthanized. Yeah. What does little cowardess say? Well, get my husband down there as well. Oh, so cowardice uses dogs to attack people, and cowardice stands behind thug, who's going to come down there and smash people's heads in. You see, so not only did I meet Mr. Fat Tard, right, who was like, you know, if he wasn't going to like sit on me and suffocate me to death, was probably gonna like precision throw pasties at me, cheese and onion pasties and steak and kidney pasties and pies, yeah, and probably kill me to death with that. You know, he's probably armed and dangerous with about 15 in each pocket, yeah. So yeah, well, basically, a lot of people saying, you know, how dare they? Have they done damage? Have they stolen everything? And it's like, you know, the usual just like mob that come along and say, oh, they must be bastards because they've gone in and had a look at something. Oh, really? Yeah. Well, I'd rather be a bastard like that than a violent bastard or a threatening bastard like the people we met down there, or the people who run the Hovercraft Museum, who have said to me multiple times on their Facebook page, we don't know anything about this. It's nothing to do with us. Well, I hope it isn't, because guess what? A Hovercraft Museum that's having hovercraft come back to the Slipway, if the taxi company comes there, do you think they're going to be pro that, or do you think they're going to be anti that? I would imagine a hovercraft museum might be pro having hovercraft come back to the Slipway. What do you think? What do you reckon? I think they would. Yeah? So don't give me that bullshit. Yeah? We know nothing. See, Gosport know nothing. The Hovercraft Museum know nothing. Let's see whether Homes England know nothing. Yeah? Does everybody know nothing? Everybody know nothing? Well, clearly I wasn't there, was I? I know nothing. I wasn't even in your Hovercraft Museum. None of you know anything. But apparently, you know that you know nothing. So, anyway, right. I'm going to get a beer, and then I'm going to look at your comments. So, in the meantime, I would say have a test card, but I haven't got one. So, have a bottle of Vimto. There you go. Right. Have a bottle of Vimto instead. Vimto. There. Right. I'll bring this back. Just hum a tune to yourself whilst I'm gone. Oh, heck. Oh, I hope you've been humming nicely to yourselves. Here we go. Right. Let's see what people have been saying, because I've been ranting on. There is more I can say. And if I forget, remind me. Like, I've got to retrain the camera now to not drop below that height. There we go. Stay. Right. Train of thought. Right. Get the beer first, and then the thoughts will come afterwards. Let's scroll back up and see what people are saying. Remind me about the security cameras if I forget, because that's the next point I want to make. What are people saying? 12:34. Let's go back 5 minutes. Oh, Sue Dilworth, hello. Barry Little, hello. Donna, moderators in, hello. We said on the other channel, hello. Right, let me just scroll down. Not down the page, down to the chats. Hang on. There we go. Martin Hill. Let me just skip through the messages. First beer. Oh, no, it's not my first beer. Ryan Bamf, hello. Ryan Badass Mamana Badass mother who has a father. Yes. That's what that stands for, if anybody didn't know. Ryan Bamf. British architectural manufacturing manufacturing finishers. Yes, that's what yes. Anyway. Dennis is having a cup of coffee. Yeah, as Dave Jones says, he cried with laughter when he saw me put the guy in his place. I certainly didn't put him in his place. I just trolled him and wound him up, which was quite easy to do, you know. I mean, people who are of limited intellect usually do get quite irate when you say, I shagged your mum last night, which of course you didn't do, but this just sends them into an absolute rage. I mean, you can make them even go, you could make them go to war and actually point guns at people and kill people and pull the trigger on children for saying those guys over there are complete bastards. And that's enough to set some people off. They're like, bastards, kill them, kill the bastards, kill them bastards. Yeah, right. So, yeah, that's the sort of person that I'm not really interested in. So when you see you've got one in your sights, you can't help but wind them up because they're really easy to wind up. Yeah. Right. Hovercraft Museum was a bit flat. It was quite crap, and they're probably going to watch this video, so I'll give you some tips if you didn't pick them up from the video, because they're obviously now, they can't wait to take the video to the Hampshire police. Like I give a, yeah, bring it on, yeah, bring it on, because either way, I win, right? If the Hampshire police want to take a drive up to Wiltshire to see me, right, they're going to be really happy because that's a jolly, okay? They'll probably ring me up and ask me, do I want to come down for a voluntary interview? And the answer is going to be, of course I do, if you pay my petrol and expenses, which they'll then say no to. So say, well, you're welcome to come up and have a chat with me, whereupon I can tell you in advance I'm going to say no comment. This usually infuriates the average cop to the point where they don't come because they know they're wasting their time. If they wish to arrest me for my heinous crime of trespass, which they won't do because my video shows that we didn't do anything. We just literally climbed over some fences, walked around, had a look, pissed off a fat guy because he was a rather violent, foul-mouthed bastard. So we pissed him off and wound him up. But apart from that, yes. I don't think there's much to prosecute us for. And if they wish to, it will help publicize my Open the Daedalus Slipway thing. So thank you very much for the publicity. I'm giving them free publicity. Maybe they can give some publicity for my cause. So yes, it works in my favor. So arrest away. Book 'em, Dano. Can't wait. Book 'em. Let's go to court. Do it. Fines. Fine me. Sue me. Eat me. Yeah. So yeah, that's not going to happen, is it? Anyway, I haven't gone down through all the comments yet, but I will do in a second. Anyway, that's my thoughts on why they won't do that, and my video now shows that we haven't done anything. So their ideas of whatever they were going to do have fallen flat. If the fat bastards made up bullshit, which is quite likely, as they do, you know, in order to sex it up, you know, he's obviously a probably a security guard in training. You know, it's like, well, what did he do? Well, they were smashing the stuff up, which of course you can see from my video I wasn't, but they'll sex it up some way to kind of get the police to come down there. Did you notice no police turned up? Why? Maybe because he wasn't sexing it up enough. Security guards have learned this one. If you just say, well, they're just walking around, and they say, well, what are they doing? Well, they're walking around. Are they breaking anything? Nope. Are they harming anybody? Nope. Are they shouting or creating distress? Well, they called me fat. Well, apart from that, are they causing any real distress? Well, I'm deeply offended by being called fat. Oh, well, I'm not sure if we can really divert cars over to you just right now because you're upset because you're fat. I mean, they called you fat. So that's why we were there for half an hour. And no cops came, I would imagine, because he didn't sex it up enough. But I think he probably wanted to or was going to try it. But he's just a security guard in training. It takes training to learn how to bullshit that you're being stabbed and killed and murdered, which will get an armed response unit out to you, because you've lied your tits off. But he hasn't quite got to that level yet. You see, he's a trainee security guard. Yeah, he hasn't quite learned these skills. So, when he learns those full skills, then obviously the police will be out in 5 minutes with helicopters and armed security for the two people who wanted to film a hovercraft. Yeah. So I'm glad they didn't. I'm glad they didn't send them out because what a waste of time. But he was there for the whole time filming and phoning somebody. And now here's the interesting thing, right? That Hovercraft Museum they weren't nasty to me. In fact, they were a little bit more sane and sensible than the people who were writing in their comment section. I'm surprised they didn't delete some of those comments because they were a little bit on the edge there, So lighted pitchforks and all that and threats. So I wound them up a little bit. I trolled them a bit, but their argument was that people should give information about who we are to the Hampshire police. And here are their photos. All right. Let me see if I've got it. Hang on. Let me see if I can bring it up. Right. Hang on. I'll bring it up now. Oh, here we are. Hovercraft Museum. Right. Let me scroll to the top. I'll transfer across so you can see it in a minute. Oh, here we are. Because I want a permanent record that, this is on their thing. Because they'll probably delete it. They realize they're just like, it ain't going to work for them. This kind of line of stuff is only going to attract people to the Daedalus Slipway, which is probably what they don't really want because then it brings them in the limelight for what's going on. So anyway, let's bring over, where is it? I just had it a second ago. Which one of these is it? This one. There we are. Right. That's the hovercraft we went on. It looks a lot better in black and white because you don't see it's covered in grime and slime. So black and white's a much better way to represent the hovercraft, including if you go in there, the smell is quite bad. It's pretty bad in the bit that people are paying to go and see. And it's even it's absolutely rank in the bit that people aren't going to see. But I think if you're paying £8 to go and see the largest hovercraft in the world, public operations hovercraft, I think there might be bigger military ones, but this is like biggest public use hovercraft that ever was. If you're coming to see that and pay £8, you don't expect to have something that smells like a toilet has overflowed. It's pretty bad. You could say it's musty, it's must and all that, but it's like, a lot of people are going to be vomiting at that. That's not what you pay £8 for. That's pretty bad. Yeah. I mean, you and I can probably take it because I'm an explorer. Yeah. And you can probably take it because you've been coming there for how long and letting it get that bad without noticing that it's actually pretty bad. But I'm telling you, it's bad. Okay. Let's just take a hint. So I'm glad I didn't pay £8 to have my nostrils assaulted. But here we are. Laughing and joking and popping around, there they are on the Facebook page. Look, Hovercraft Museum, and if you click on the pictures to have a look at the close-up of the pictures, you Here we are. Now, the funny thing is, right? Have you noticed how many cameras they've got? Oh, look. And have you noticed where their positions of their cameras are? Indeed. Yeah. So guess what? You've just gone and revealed all the positions of your security cameras, morons. So thank you for showing our faces, which I would have been quite happy to tell you straight away anyway. So they're going, tell us who these people are. And people have said, that's Matt Williams. He's all right. It's like underneath they've gone, and I've said, I'm doing this to protest the Daedalus Slipway thing, and they've gone like, well, that's a stupid way to protest. And it's not really, is it? Because at the end of the day, you guys know exactly what's going on because you're quite happy to keep that slipway closed because one day it might be useful to have it closed because you'll be using it along with the hovercraft that are coming there daily, which is a good advert for hovercraft, isn't it? Because you're a hovercraft museum and you probably like the idea of hovercraft being there as opposed to jet skiers and the public using it as a public slipway. You'd rather it not be used at all. And yeah, so anyway, I've put information about it. I won't go into their thing. I'm not going to go into what people have said because go and read it yourself. I mean, we got Lit Gang. Yeah, Lit Gang. Camera, get your camera on, Lit Gang, and we might bring you in. I know it's not going to be good. We might get a few like sarky comments off youngsters, but it might be fun for a few seconds. I don't know. Anyway, so my point being, I would imagine that people who love hovercraft are quite happy to see this slipway closed, unexplainably closed to the public, but obviously quite explainable. Well, hey, Dennis, $4.99. Thank you very much. So I'm sure it works in their favor to have actual real hovercraft coming in when they're running a museum where they're not really looking after the hovercraft incredibly well. And I'm sure as volunteers with not much money, it must be hard work to keep the electric going with those heaters to stop it from stinking of arse in the hovercraft. And I mean, those volunteers obviously don't want to get up on the edges and actually clean all the slime off, which is making the color of the hovercraft so bouquet. Yeah, that you feel it necessary to put black and white photographs on your website, which the good old days, the good old days when it actually looked good in black and white, because color might actually show you that it ain't that good. Now, don't get me wrong, right? Don't get me wrong. I know it's hard to run a volunteer organization with whatever it takes, and you probably haven't got much money. But you've certainly got plenty of money to buy a load of security cameras, haven't you, in a security camera system? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you got plenty of money for security cameras, haven't you? Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, yet again, fat bastard, security cameras, close off the slipway, but nothing to see here. Yeah, nothing to see here. We know nothing. But we're quite happy to sit back and just allow it to be locked off. So my point is this. Who does know what's going on? Gosport Council say they don't. De Homes England. Apparently the Hovercraft Museum, nothing to do with us. Just benefits them. Yeah. So I want to know what secret deals have been done behind the scenes to get a public slipway shut off. Because that's like closing a public pool. Because somebody wants to build houses on it, yeah? Or let's close this public park because of some virus or some sort of fungus or something, but it's actually because they want to build houses on it, yeah? Give some sort of excuse. A hovercraft's going to come on the beach. There's hovercraft all over that area. You don't need Daedalus Slipway, right? Some people might think it sounds kind of cute. Let's land a hovercraft on this little thing, and it will be a taxi. A taxi? Are you pissing me? Are you having a laugh? A taxi, right? How much do these? Let me just tell you, right? Hovercraft operate from Ryde right now, okay, to Southampton and Ryde to Portsmouth, right? Because I've seen them. I mean, in my boat, yeah. So they do exist. Let me find out how much they cost, right? I'm imagining it's not going to be cheap. Hovercraft, right? So who is this hovercraft for? Is it for rich people who just want to, like, you know, how much is it going to cost, right? Hover travel. Okay, and I'll bring you on screen so you can see this, because obviously it's a, you know, I don't want you to. Oh, here we are, piggy, right? I'll let you in.
Yo,
Hang on, I got my earphones on, so I hope you're not swearing. How you doing?
yo, Matthew.
Hello.
Yo,
How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. You?
I am very good. Yes.
Yeah,
I'm going to ask you in a minute. Would you be happy to pay this price for a hovercraft? Let me just push this button, right? Well, not a hovercraft, but for rides on a hovercraft from Isle of Wight guests. Okay, it's still apparently it pings me. Let's have a look then. You and I share the screen. Share screen. Screen 1. Do it. There we are. So now we got that. Blah 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 blah. Hovercraft. Right. So I've just typed into Google hovercraft, and then we got hover travel. Okay, it's only 10 minutes, as opposed to 25 minutes, which would be a normal, you know, ride on a ferry. Okay, but for this noisy, super high speed thing, bear in mind that if most people sped along at the speed that the hovercraft is speeding along, they would probably get done by the police for speeding, which people have been done for speeding, in that area. Yeah, but when it's a hovercraft, loud, noisy, bloody, speedy hovercraft, it's okay. But if you or I do it, let's have a look how much it's going to cost. Right. Oh, they're not just going to tell you. You've got to actually, like, day return. Right, day return. Okay, day return. Okay,
right.
Day return for an adult is £24.60. That's on foot. Yeah.
What?
Of course, they don't take cars, because they can't fit a car on one, because the ones that are big enough to take cars are now sat in the Hovercraft Museum. Okay, but it's £24.60 for a day return. Yeah, that's not cheap for how many miles is it? Hang on, let's go from here. Let's have a look from where they are across to Ride, which isn't very far. Let's just do the measurement. What do you reckon? Maybe 4 miles? 5 miles?
Maybe £5.
We have 5 kilometers, 9 kilometers, which is 6 miles. So 6 miles is £24 for high speed.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, not very good.
Yeah. How much? Well, you know, if you've got the money, if you've got the big bucks, if you're rich and you don't mind paying it, you know. But how much does it cost for a ferry? Ferry from Portsmouth to Ride. I don't know, Ride or whatever. Yeah, because that's fairly close. We got White Link, right? So let's have a look what a walk-on ferry costs. It's apparently the most expensive ferry in the world, right? Believe it or not, but it's Britain, so I can believe it. Right, so foot passengers only. So this is probably the small one then. They've got a small boat. I don't know. Outbound date, I don't know, tomorrow. Inbound, I don't know, early morning. Return date, early morning. Book. How much does it cost? I don't know. How many adults? One person. Book. How much is it going to cost? I wish to just tell you up front before you have to do all this crap.
Never does. Never does.
Well, they tell you the booking fee is free. And amendments are free. There's no refunds, and the cancellation fee is 100%, which means if you cancel, you forfeit the fee of your ticket, which is great, isn't it? It's 100% cancellation fee, but it only costs £10.
There you go.
You see?
I said a £5, so it's close.
Yeah. So there we go. You know, well thought out, but it was going to be a £5. But yeah, I mean, it's not cheap stuff. It's like, you know, hover stuff to have like a noisy thing going all day long, every day. You know, what, 2 or 3 times a day? I don't know. So they want to stop having the public slipway, which is little boats and jet skis, for the super noisy jet ski. The jet ski that's there every day. The jet ski that's as loud as a jet ski, as fast as a jet ski, and is there every day. When most jet skis aren't there most of the time through the week, they're only there on the weekends.
I did love the video though that you just put up. Was really good, man. It was very.
But was it good? Was it good because it was reactionary, or was it good because it was naughty?
No, it was good because the guy was just there, like, blah, 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 on his phone, just looking at you, just being all angry. That was the bit about it. Yeah, fuck you. Leave us alone.
I said to you at the beginning, what's it to you, mate? You know, like, what's it to you? You know, like, why do you care? You know? And it was like, yeah, because if you go in, what did he say? It's hard to hear. He said, if you go in there, you'll be on the cameras. No way, mate. Oh my God, really on camera?
Oh no!
I better not go in there then. I'll be in there like with all my electrons on me, and by the time I come out of there, all my electrons will be sucked off into these cameras, and I'll be totally devoid of electrons. I'll be positively charged instead of negatively charged. It'll just like totally drain me. Yeah.
No, it's really cool though. Really cool. Yeah, fuck up. Let them do what they want. They got nothing on you.
It was a funny one because it was like last minute spur of the moment. But I was like, I'm pissed off about the fact that I've come here again today to check if this bloody slipway's open or not. No, it's not. And like they're saying there's a museum here, and they're obviously benefiting from the fact that there's a slipway there, and there are. Guess what? There are trips. You can take an occasional trip. That company, Hover Ferry, will land on that beach and they'll take people from the Hover Museum on a special trip where they'll spin the hovercraft around with you in it. You'll go, oh my God, I'm spinning around in a hovercraft, yeah? So, but it benefits them to have that clear. So they don't have to put cones out in the morning, you know, to stop people parking there so they can have their day and just keep it clear forever. And then we can have taxi trips and we can have our trips. It'll all be for us. Yeah. Are you telling me there's no interest? There's no actual interest in them keeping that closed? Who made that happen? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Someone got a lot of money. Someone's got a lot of money there.
You know, but it hasn't even come to pass that the taxi company's being there. The only extra Daedalus Slipway trips that this Hover Ferry company is doing are the days that there are special events with the bloody museum. So the Hover Ferry company haven't actually wanted to use it. Probably not economically viable because there ain't nobody who wants to go from there because they can just go around the corner to Portsmouth. It's only like 5 minutes down the road. You know, or you can have it in Daedalus, which is in the middle of nowhere, which is in the middle of like suburbia, you know. So, you know, why do this? Why do it? You're actually taking more time. It's going to take 10 minutes probably to slow down, slowly creep up the beach, slow down, turn the engines off, get everyone off. Are we all okay? Yeah, everyone's strapped in. Yeah, okay. Rev up the engines, come off, and then go to Portsmouth. When you could have just gone to Portsmouth without a 10-minute delay, which is 5 minutes down the road. Why bother? It's like saying, why bother with the local bus? Right? Don't bother with the bus. Yeah, the bus is subject to delays. We'll just put loads of these little things every 1 mile. We'll have, instead of bus stops, we'll have hovercraft stops, and they'll just go around and then stop for 10 minutes, and then they'll go to the next one and we'll stop for 10 minutes. What is this? Yeah? What is it meant to be? The company themselves ain't even up for it. And in 2017, they were discussing it, but they haven't used it since then. They have not used it, so they don't need it. So give it back to the public.
Yeah, that's true, man. I don't know why they're doing that. It's stupid things, man.
Well, he's on my Christmas card list. Look, I've got somebody who's come on. He's just totally agreed with me. So thank you, sir. You're a loyal supporter of the Secret Vault.
I've been watching all your shit, man. Yeah, I love watching you, man. You're very entertaining. So yeah, really good to see you, man. Good to chat.
Thanks. So have you got a channel or anything? Do you do exploring or do you just watch?
No, nothing. Like I literally just follow loads of exploring channels. Like I follow all the big group of you. Like I love it all. Yeah.
Oh, do you mind me asking which are your favorite sort of channels then? You know, not being like partisan or anything. You know, which are your favorite channels? Where do I come in sort of like?
You're probably number one, to be honest. I do.
Christmas cards, mate. It's 3 Christmas cards you're going to be getting from the same person, which is weird, isn't it? Really, it's a bit stalky, really. But you're going to get at least 3 Christmas cards. Yeah.
It's cool. It's cool. No, I follow like also Dan and all them guys, all the whole crew. But like, yeah, you're the more genuine guy. I like it. It's a bit more real, to be honest. And
don't. What do you want about?
yeah, no, it's cool. No, I know,
real.
I know. You know
Everything.
You know what I'm saying. I just no. I'm just generally like, I think like everyone can.
If only you were there yesterday and you saw how long it took to get those extras. Fat bastard as well. I mean, it took him ages to get out of his car, right? We had to pay him, and he was like, "I'm not getting out of my car till you pay me." And he was like, had his makeup on, you know, and all that. You know, it's just like the amount of effort we go to, you know, to kind of make these
I love it all.
real.
I love it all. Helped a lot of people through the lockdown and stuff, man. So like, it's been helping me a lot. Yeah, brilliant. Everything.
Well,
sorry. Swearing again.
No, you're all right. No, you're all right. No, I think I said bumbuggery or something earlier on. So that's...
yeah, you definitely did.
I have no idea what that means, but it's an old English word.
Yeah, I get it. No, it's cool, man. You got anything coming out like soon? When's your next video coming out?
Well, I was like editing something earlier on, and then my computer started like playing up, and it was like press play, because when you edit, it's like you like to go like play, edit, roll back, forward, and it just started like stopping. So I started nutting it, and then I decided to like upgrade it and try and play with it, and it's still buggering about. So most of the day was spent with computer triage rather than actual editing. But yeah.
Okay, cool, man. Well, I look forward to the next one anyway, man, and really good to talk to you.
It's going to be I'll give you a clue though. It's going to be an absolutely massive ex-military establishment. Okay. And I couldn't believe it, right? If you want to go and do your research, you probably like go, I wonder where he's on about, because we know where he was.
Yeah.
So you know where I was. So go and have a look and see if you know what I was up to.
Okay.
I did some things I probably would. They're not going to like. Not that I've done anything wrong, but they wouldn't like. They never do. No. Even though we're probably the only people who will document certain things before they get.
I understand it all, man. I understand that all, man. Yeah. That's why it's big respect for what you do, man. Big respect.
Yeah. I mean, I'm glad actually. I mean, this place is clue for you. It's being developed. But it's taken a very long time for it to be developed, and I couldn't believe what was there. I couldn't believe what was left behind. And I'm like, really? That's £1 million worth of kit there, and you just left that behind. Oh look, in this room, there's another million. There's another 2-3 million quid there, and that's left behind.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh, military got money to burn. They got money to burn. They're probably that was last year's device. We want this year's. We want the latest one. We want the latest one. We want the one that's got the touch screen now. And it's like, you know, you can play like games whilst you're, you know, yeah. We want that one. So, yeah.
All right, cool, man. Yeah, I'll do my research. I'll look it up. But yeah, look forward to seeing your next stuff, man. Definitely.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Hang on. We got Manny Pishoy. Manny Pishoy. Okay. Do you reckon it's a real name?
No.
No camera on it. Yeah.
Nah, no.
That's probably Lit Crew, just changing the name and rejoining in a different name. Lit Crew. I'm watching you guys, you American children. You've got nothing better to do than like come and troll my channel. What's wrong with you? So.
Bullshit. No, man. Look forward to your next videos anyway. I'll let you go and carry on with your shizzle.
Okay, you've doxed yourself with piggy123_88 at hotmail.co.uk, so you're going to get loads of emails now. But it's better than phone calls, isn't it? Like in the middle of the night, like I had yesterday. So yeah,
stuff on there anyway. So it's all good. It goes into the junk. It's all good.
Yeah. So yeah, thankfully they did stop eventually, those phone calls. But yeah,
no worries.
I mean, I don't mind people emailing me because I can just go, yeah.
Yeah, this is it.
But when somebody rings you, it's a bit more demanding, isn't it? It's like, and you're like, and you run to the phone and it just drops. And I'm like, 5 minutes later, it rings again. It's the same person, and it drops. It's like, oh, you wankers. So it's like, how many times do you let that happen before? Like every call that's coming in now is just blocked.
That's
block. Yeah.
That's all right. Like email, I don't check much anyway, so that's all good. Don't worry about
that. Man.
Right.
Well, nice to have you on. If you wish to have a chat in the future, come back on, because you seem like you're a sensible person who's got a very good CGI representation. It looks real. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all real. Don't worry. Yeah, no,
Okay.
I'll message you soon, man. We'll speak soon.
What was all this about? Is that like I'll come back on later after the stream? Like I'll leave you active. Yeah, I'll leave you in the bottom thing then, right? Okay, mate.
You know, down here, like, you know.
So, like secret code. I don't know what he's on about.
No, it wasn't. No.
Okay.
I'm genuine, man. I'm genuine. Just a follower, man. Like, big respect. Like, I'll see you soon. I'll speak to you soon. Not see you
big
soon.
respect to you. I want that hat because it helps hide the zit. So what have you got? What have you got up and down? Have you got like a growth on the top of your head or something?
I have hair too.
Oh, he has. He has got growth. Look at him. Oh, you, mate, you're going to get a lot more emails now you took the hat off. There you go. You've done it now. That's it. Yeah. Okay. Nice to have you on.
Yeah.
Cheers,
see you, man. Cheers, man.
That's very offensive in some cultures, but
oh, sorry. Okay. Well, bye. Whatever.
Yeah.
Peace out.
I always like. Oh yeah. That's far more acceptable to Americans. Yes, Americans can handle that. Yeah.
Cool. Damn. See you later, Matt.
Cheers, mate. Yeah, come back on sometime.
We'll do, man. We'll do.
Yeah.
See you soon, man.
So right, let's have a chat. Not a chat. Let's have a look at what people are saying in the chat channel. And by the way, if you want to know how to get on, I'll give you the invite code because it hasn't been posted in the channel. Feel free to post the invite code if you want to in the channel. You can repost it. It's not just me. You know, I'll either let them on or not, depending on whether they look like they're, you know, sensible. Right. What's it? Melissa Jones says, what's this? Mel Psychedelic. Melissa Jones or Mel Psychedelic, right? She's choking on her sweets. Okay, well, let me know if it gets too like serious. We'll call an ambulance for you. Martin Hill says the Phantom Pie Flinger. God, I haven't heard that one for a while. The Phantom Pie Flinger was a reference to Tiswas, where this bloke used to come out dressed in black with a sort of black hood on. And he used to fling pies at various guests on an early morning, Saturday morning children's TV show. But thankfully, no Jimmy Savile. Cyrus Carter, yeah. Let's have a look. Scroll down. Okay. This is great. Got to go and get beer. Really? Stay. Oh, that was half an hour ago. She's not stepped. Well, that's half an hour ago. Hope it's still up to your satisfaction or expectations. Michael, we can't advertise other channels in chat. It's against YouTube's rules. Is it really? I didn't know that, Donna. It's probably against our rules because we don't want anyone to like slip off somewhere else and go and have a look somewhere else. So it's probably against not YouTube's rules. Probably against rules that I haven't adopted yet, but probably should. Sorry, Americans, look away. Americans, just look away. It's not happening. This is not happening. This is just some sort of CGI trickery, right? Oh, God, that's bad. Hang on. This is what I'm like on Explorers. I've got a constant bloody nose stream. And I can usually deflect the camera and get rid of it out of shot, you know, but yeah. So there we are. Anyway, right, that didn't happen. Well, we'll edit that out. It's totally didn't happen, that. And the other thing that happens is tissue paper when you've got a, like, yeah. Right, okay. Do I have a partner? What business partner? Are you, you know, like, am I a limited company? Are you talking about, am I available? Well, I suppose I am available, but I'm not entirely open for business. So yes, I've been through a lot of crap over the years with various things. I've had my fun, and I've had my partners, some of which were in fact female, but no longer. Yes, I've kind of admitted to my. I won't slag off women because there's nothing wrong with women. It's just like, you know, I think I've got a mother complex going on or something. It's like, you know. And then you see the things you hate, you become. So I like sort of wagging my finger at people a lot, which is what I had off my mum a lot. So the things I say I don't like, is like, I don't like having my finger wagged at me a lot, but I wag my finger at other people. So go figure. Doesn't really excite my urges, that one. It's like, yes, you're telling me off. Oh, I'm getting so excited right now. No, not really. Adam Mortz has retracted his message at 1:14. That's probably because we were just, I'm going to have a look at what the hell did he retract? Can I see that? Can I see it? Ooh, I can't. Won't show me. I can't see it. He retracted it. Damn it. Oh, I think I can only see the ones that are retracted by the moderators. I can see. So I'm a curious guy. I like to see what people are saying, that they're like, oh no, I've gone too far. Anyway, celibate by choice, says Steve Ellis. If that's the same Steve Ellis I know, good luck, sir. Is it the same Steve Ellis? Because somebody was telling me some stuff I didn't need to know. But yes, I mean, I'm not a role model. Let's put it like that. I'm not a role model for other people in terms of relationships and what makes you happy. I just go out and do exploring. That gets my rocks off a lot of the time. But it certainly lasts a lot longer than four minutes. So yeah. Have I been to Hale Island? I'm just trying to remember. Hale Island is in between Southampton and Portsmouth, isn't it? Is that Hale or Haley Island? I flew my microlight in there once. There's a military base that probably doesn't need to be there, that's still paid for by the military and doesn't need to be there because it's just a white elephant, because just down the road you've got Leon Solent. So why have you got this place which doesn't really need to be there at taxpayers' expense? And it hasn't got anything on it at all apart from it's a landing strip. So why does it need to be there? And they're actually withholding the whole of this island for this landing strip. If that's the same place we're talking about, yes, I've been there. I've landed my microlight on it. And in order to do that, I had to have, was it £1.5 million insurance to land on a strip where there was nobody else around? Go figure. Maybe I might hit an insect or something, and it might be a protected species of insect. So yeah, they'll have to send the insect family some compensation, which is what they always do when they accidentally, or somebody else accidentally kills things in the military. So they always send the family some compensation, don't they? Not even in the British military. Anyway, right, the real Matthew Williams. We've got Joe Marshall. Right, I'll bring you on in a second, Joe. Hang on, I'm going to go get some beer. So I'll bring you on. Otherwise, I'll have to leave you on your own. So I'll bring you on. But there he goes. Right, Joe Marshall.
I'll try and get the phone better this time, Matt.
So are you gonna keep him occupied whilst I go and get some beer?
Yeah, if you want. Yeah.
Right, do it.
I'll go on
Keep
the chat.
occupied. Sing a song or tell a joke.
Right. The biggest joke of all is the comment about this COVID-19. What's your opinion on this? Because what I see is send all these people back to work, send everybody back to train, and all your children are going to school. Now, the thing is, right, I know you don't want to talk about this, but it's worrying time because...
I don't mind talking about it. It's just... YouTube don't want you talking about it.
But the thing is, Matt, it's just all these pupils now, they proved that it's starting now. The children say they couldn't carry it. And what it is, they are carrying it back to their parents, and the parents are older, so they may get that stuff. You know what I mean? You'll have to excuse me, everybody. I've had a few beers, like I normally do. Matt's good lad.
Where are you from? Where are you from, sir? So we can send the police around for your subversive opinions. Where
Look at me.
Where are you? Where are you?
In the northeast of England.
In the northeast. Because somebody said to me the other day, when I was chatting to them, they said, who's that guy? Because they reckon they lived up north right where you are, also like Northumberland, or is it Northumberland, or what do they call it? Like
It is
Newcastle.
Northumberland.
Yeah, it is Northumberland, isn't it? Yeah, that's
I'm
right.
originally from Newcastle, you know that. But all the skiers legit. I paid for it, right?
Yeah,
Right through my teeth.
but you
Remember, I
said that
was
like as if we would question it, which now makes us question it because why would you say it? Like it's all legit. You've all paid for it. I mean, you make it. All this stuff around me now. People are. I'm going to start. I'm going to have to defend it. Everything I've got, I'm going to have to start defending it.
Let me think, Matt. You don't need nothing.
It's all
You
paid
just told
for.
me you bugger you.
It's all paid for. It's all paid for. You're inviting questions there. I'm only joking, but somebody said to me it was nothing to do. They didn't say like, where did you get all that gear from? I need to send the police round. That was not what they said. So you started off then like defending something we would never have questioned, but now we're going to question because why would you say that?
You can. Yes.
Okay. But they said to me, they said, I'm back. Right.
All right, well, I didn't come out and chat here because I'm on my phone here, you see. I'm doing it through my phone.
All right. So you're going to have to leave us, are you?
No, I'm not leaving, but I'm
okay.
Right, man.
Right. What they said is they said they lived up there and they said, where is that accent from? Because it's the strongest accent they've ever heard. And even though they lived up there, they said they found it hard to understand. And that's not the criticism. They found it hard to understand because it was a strong accent. So, you know, whereabouts were you from? Because you certainly have a pucker strong accent.
A pucker.
Yeah.
Like I'm originally from Newcastle upon Tyne.
It's like lemon.
Newcastle upon Tyne. Ali Lowe was there, remember? On the Tyne Bridge. I actually seen him doing that.
A dean mat?
Ali.
What's a dean mat?
Ali Lowe. Ali
Lowe, right?
Yeah, remember him?
Yeah.
He done the Tyne Bridge, but he got caught by.
Yes, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. I see. So I was there. I wasn't on the bridge, obviously, but I watched it.
Really?
I did.
Did you just randomly turn up, or did you know he was going to be there?
No. It's just because I just randomly turned up, Matt. Yeah, we've talked a few times, me and you, if you notice. Yeah. And what it is, I knew he was going to be there because he was he done a kick fighting match up here.
So you assumed he was probably going to do the obvious targets in the area.
What does he do?
Well thought.
What does he do? He's not that. He goes and messes about. So he goes and climbs the Tyne Bridge, which has got bloody black paint. You know what everybody hates, everybody exploring hates is vandalized paint. And it goes all the way closing and he says, I've got to cover that. Remember that, Matt?
Anti-climb paint, vandalism paint, anti-vandalism.
That's correct. And he tried to go past that. His mate's got some past it, Dylan and that. And what happened? The police, he was pissed off because he got to the top, mind. He got to the top. And I appreciate that because I've just watched what he's just done lately. And hey. He's crazy, that lad. Madness is madness. And only Ali Lowe can be madness.
Right, okay. Yeah, he is a good lad. Hang on. Right, somebody sent, it's just so tempting. Somebody's just sent me a message. I don't know if it's important, but if I listen to it, it's going to come out with the bloody speaker. Hang on a second. It's important. Hang on.
Ali Lowe's top boy.
Is that important? Dark Explorer has sent a super chat, but it didn't work, so he is now going to send me a PayPal instead. That sounds great. Thank you very much.
Dark Explorer.
That comes up as audio, so I have to listen to it like that. So Dark Explorer. If Dark Explorer is the same chap, didn't he send me like 50 quid the other night? I was like, what?
He did. Dark Explorer.
I was like, what the hell?
I remember that.
you know, you can come round and have sex with my sister. I hope she's not watching. Sorry, Claire. Yeah, that's a joke from Full Metal Jacket. He's like, you're a really swell guy. You can come round and fuck my sister. Yeah.
Like,
you climb obstacles like old people. Beep. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not going to that, Matt.
No.
You know what I mean?
One of those jokes, but yeah.
Look, you've probably seen, I've tell people they like and love your channel because I've been with you for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And but remember the stuff I showed you the last time? Have you been being safe?
Oh, mate, it's indelible. Oh, I'm having nightmares about it, mate.
Really?
Oh, mate.
I love you. You know what I like about you, Matt? You go more into the, you know, since I tell you what I've done, I showed you me like bits and pieces. Not
you show me your bits and pieces, and yeah, your exploits.
You know, like missing scope and things like that. What I do, right? And I love Neil, mine. He's spot on.
You love Neil.
Neil, he's spot on.
Okay, yeah.
He's good lad.
He's a good guy.
Oh yes. Oh, he is a good guy. So keep him on. But that the Fort Commander, I don't know if you read the text. I says I wish he'd go off. The swearing man, Matt, right? Yeah. Everybody can swear on you, limited, right?
Well, and, yes, it helps if we're not openly doing it. We can get around the YouTube.
But he went a bit too far, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He went. Anyway, I'm drinking a can of this.
Oh yeah, cheers, man. I got Kronenberg, whatever it is, something 64. 1664. See, I've drunk it for many years, but I can't even remember what it's called. Kronenberg something 4.
1964, and what it is, I can't
1964.
It gives me gout.
Ah.
My age, you know, gassy beers. I've got to keep off them, because what happens? Gassy beers give me gout.
Oh dear.
You know, I don't know if you've ever experienced anybody with gout, but my age now.
The only person I know who had gout used to eat like pork all the time, and I've heard that that's a problem. He used to eat meat, and he like had meat with his meat, and instead of chips, he'd have some meat with it. So just like continual eating meat, and bless his cotton socks. He's the only person who acted like a dog when I went near him one day, and it was almost because he's been in prison. And I think it's kind of like somebody's going to steal my food and bully me. So it's like when I went near him, he went like this. Like a dog, like get away from me. And I'm like, yeah, whatever, you know. Bless you, sir. Bless you, sir. We don't have any contact these days, but yeah, no, it's like that's the only person I've ever seen who had gout. So you're not like that, are you?
No. Because what it is I went to my doctor's. I think it was tablets, but I come off tablets, so there were tablets for me and sick. Right? And what happened is she stopped drinking fizzy drinks because I was drinking not too much gassy beer.
Yeah.
And they says, like, if you're drinking Coca-Cola, which I was, or energy drinks, because energy drinks give you stones and they're really bad for you. And so I stopped all that. I do eat red meat, like Richmond sausage. I've calmed down on meat. I don't eat bacon anymore because bacon and eggs were a bad thing that kicked it off. But apart from fizzy drinks, you know, anybody that sucks out like gout, go and see a doctor. They can give you tablets to calm it down, but the tablets that they give you cause you to have gout more. And gout is not like anything new, you know. Look, you know that. They used to have it in the war times, you know, the poor soldiers in the water, and they used to fill them with cups of tea and coffee, but they used to get them lemonade or something.
Somebody told me, was it maybe you, that gout is like crystals?
Yes, that's correct. It's like a crystal that's in your blood, and it affects your joints, especially in your big toes. It starts only in your big toes or your feet, either one side or the other, but it can't spread out the rest of your body.
Okay, because you can get crystals from acid and you can get crystals from alkaline. But whichever way your body's going, if you're too alkaline or too crystal, I'm assuming one way or the other, you're going to get crystals. And if you're like me and you spend too much time sitting down prior to being urbexing, by the way, because I spent far too much time until I saw Ali Law, and he said, get out there and do stuff, folks. And I'm like, yes. And then I got out, and I haven't had any kidney stone problems since, because sitting down causes kidney stones to crystallize in your stomach because you're just not moving around enough to shake everything about. And it's like if you just, I don't know, if you get like beer and you leave it in your stomach for like a month, it'll probably turn into a load of crystals, you know? So, yeah, exercise, I think, is the thing you need as well. But I'm not a very good one for exercise unless it's something I want to do, like exploring. I'm not going to exercise for the sake of for exercising. But if it's something in it, it's something that gives me some enjoyment, I'll exercise.
Mm-hmm. That's a good thing, Matt. Anyway, I was watching you with the Drake's Island just yesterday, which has just been released by the fighters. And that, well, I received it on YouTube. I've seen it before with you.
Don't say what I know you're about to say. Right? Don't say it, because everyone's going to go and have a look at that video. Do go and have a look at the video. I hope he's taking it down. He's going to put it back up, but don't.
No, I watched it.
Yeah.
And it was pitch black. Steve Ronan, mind. Oh, he was scared. Him and Andrew.
Mm.
But you warned them. Now you know, Matt, what you said on your other video. Says, look, I'm not having any more of it anymore. That's the foot on the pedal. Remember, the line's drawn. If it's too late, you can't do it. Now you took that risk to go back out from there after dropping them two off, go to there and the pitch black again. Matt, you can't do that anymore, man.
Well, I wouldn't have felt very confident if I didn't have my night vision, to be honest, because I haven't got good colour vision. Mm-hmm. And that's one of the reasons I had Dan with me, because I can see through my night vision. I can see all these lights, but I don't know which one's flashing blue, which one's flashing red, which one's green.
Yeah, you'll just see it like green or black and white.
So how do you stay where you're meant to be? Well, luckily, we got a thing called a GPS, so I can look at that and it tells me where I'm meant to be. But without that, which is technically how most sailors are meant to be, is just your eyes and the colours and just revving up and hope for the best.
That's right. You know you've done a good job. You brought the home ashore safe. Back in the home, you know what I mean, Matt? You done it. But
I did tell him, I said, if we're going to go this late in the day, which I'm not going to harp on about what happened yesterday, right? I'm not going to harp on about it. But there's a lesson to be learned is we've been down this road before. Mm-hmm. You don't waste the day and then go and do stuff. You get down there absolutely as early as you possibly can, because every moment of daylight is more daylight to get back if something goes wrong.
It's more precious. It's more precious than what you couldn't even imagine.
Yeah. So you make sure you get going early.
6 o'clock in the morning.
And I don't.
There, as soon as daylight starts breaking, that's what you need.
I was being polite, I thought, because I mean I know people are going to like, oh, you drama queen and all this sort of stuff, but it's not the same. It's like aircraft and boat are not the same as a car, right? If your car breaks down on the side of the road, not a problem. If your aircraft breaks down, if your aircraft breaks down, you're going down. If your boat breaks down, you're floating towards rocks, which means you're probably going down. Yeah.
And how can you see rocks in the pitch black?
You can't bugger about with this stuff, you know. You can't bugger about with it, and like I don't want to be everyone's, you know. I don't want to be like this voice of reason, because I'm not even like a real boater, you know. But it's like at the end of the day, it's like when the shit goes down, people start worrying, and it's like, well, if we didn't come here, you know, when it was getting dark, this wouldn't have happened, you know. So okay. Yeah. Just say no. Somebody has to say no. If it's going to be me, then I'll have to make it me. If it's like, right, no, I'm just crossing the line. We're starting to get a bit silly now. Let's like, no, let's just do it again. They might thank me down the line, because next time we have an emergency, a semi-emergency situation where everyone's panicking and they're like, and I'm going, it's all right, but just like, you know, I don't want to put
Yeah.
people in situations like that. It might look good for YouTube, but it's not fake. I mean, people were panicking, and I was like, don't panic, because I'm not worried about it. But it's like,
The last thing you do is panic.
you know, you haven't got time to panic.
No.
You know, at the end of the day, you ain't got time to panic because there's too many things going on. You know, it's like the last thing you're going to do is like fuss and fart and worry about things. It's like, you know, just get on with it and do it, and like, you know, just do what's got to be done, and just let's not be doing things we don't have to do for no good reason, because we're just putting ourselves at risk. And the last thing I wouldn't like to have anybody's deaths on my hands.
Well, Matt,
Yeah.
that's correct. Because
So-
the thing, right, I understand exactly where you come from there. And you notice you can't risk that, right? Especially at night. One of them rocks could rip the bottom of the boat and you're all drowned. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And the
And
thing
in-
is as well, I
in
mean,
night,
like
Start having
Steve,
torches.
bless him, he can't
Oh.
swim. What now? The thing is, he can't swim, and he's told me that he can't swim, and he's panicky around water. So the thing is, if I go into freezing cold water, I know what that's like, and I
Hypothermia.
can sort of swim. Plus, we're all wearing life jackets. But the thing is, do you put your life jacket on proper? Do you tighten it up? What do you do when you go into water? Do you flail and take water into your lungs, and then we have to try and resuscitate you whilst you're flailing around? Because that happened to me in Bristol, where somebody was like having an epileptic fit in the back of the boat, and he didn't even go in the water. You know,
Yeah.
and it's like, so how do you deal with somebody who's going like this? It's like they say, you know, what am I going to do? Punch Steve Ronan in the face? I'm going to be like, he's going to be grabbing
You're
me
gonna
and
have to
trying to take.
knock him out.
He's going to be dragging me and trying to take me down under the water, and I'm going to have to do the inevitable, which is what they do, is like slap their face or punch them out. You know, it's like,
Yeah,
no,
knock 'em out. Yeah.
You know.
Then that's all we're going to get them off the water.
I'm not trying to be
Sounds
over dramatic
horrible.
here. It can go
No,
from
it's
being a
right.
nice boat ride to having to punch your mate out and like hold them above the water so they stop panicking, you know. And this is the reality, which thankfully we don't have on video. And I would never want to take it that far, but you know, it's like I think we're better off doing things in the daytime, even though it makes good views.
Yes, yeah. You see, the thing is, it's shock. That's what's the matter. And especially
Yeah.
when they hit the freezing ice cold water, shock. That's the biggest thing. Matt,
It's how you
that's
handle. It's how you handle it. Like Russian people can go in freezing cold water, but they know how to handle it because they're used to it, so they don't freak out. But somebody who's not used to it is going to be having problems, and the thing is, their problems are going to be amplified because nobody else is going to be able to deal with anything because they're dealing with them. You know, so we're not going to be able to make radio calls. We're not going to be able to do things, and you know, you should all stick together, not float off. And it's like, you know, so there's all sorts of things. Like I've thought ahead, you know, what could happen and what do you have to do. I've thought through a lot of it, but being there and having to deal with it, nah. The thing is, I think a few of those were out of their comfort zone and very much out of their depth, you know. And it's like when the shit goes down, it's like I didn't want to have to be dealing with that. I would, but I don't want to because I'm not the best swimmer in the world. So, you know.
It wasn't just Steve Ronan, mind. I don't want to say the other names, but I noticed Andrew was another one. No,
He doesn't like fish. He's got an amazing paranoid. Yeah, but he can't go in the water because he thinks a fish is going to touch him. And if a fish touches him, he's going to go into epileptic shock because a fish has touched him. He totally openly admits that. I've never met anyone like that. You know?
I tell you what, you take them everywhere. And that was the old pool. And I seen, hey, anyway, can I change something? You don't have to answer this.
No, go ahead.
Did Dan go and buy that one of them boats?
Not yet, no.
All right. 700 to 1,000. Wow.
But Dad would probably buy a much better one than I've got, and good luck to him because I'd jump on his boat then because he'd probably be safer than mine. You know?
Right. They reckon Avon. Have you heard of them? Avon. They reckon them are the best boats they can for. But mind, you've got to have Avon motors. Avon money, you know.
Yeah. Well, Avon actually have their factory. It's just down the road in Melksham. But it's now, I think it's been sold to China, and it's like, I don't know what the hell it's doing anymore, but that's down the road. But yeah, they make tires and they make rubber, and rubber, some of it's been made into boats, which is like, but Zodiac is the best, I think. Zodiac's known as the best kind of like brand for ribs and sibs and things like that, you know.
I put sorry. The ribs on the boats, I keep the were videos blocked up. Can you check that?
What video? Sorry.
Well, video was just frozen.
Has it?
Aye.
Maybe I'll check, but maybe it's for you. Tell us in the comments if we've frozen. Hang on. Please be respectful in chat, says Barry Little. I'm going to go and just do a few comments because a few people have been screaming out.
No problem. I'll stand by on the side there.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, what we'll do is I'll say, look, I don't want us to go on for hours and hours and hours because otherwise people are going to lose. They're going to lose interest. They're going to lose interest. It's not because we can't keep talking about interesting stuff, but it's because it's people have got things to do. Like yeah. So
and I want to talk to you about these. I don't know if you can see it.
Well, you mean one of these?
I can't see because it's frozen.
Oh yeah, right. I've frozen. Right. I've frozen.
Did you get it?
Yeah, we haven't frozen though. I'm on the YouTube stream. We're not frozen. Just you can't see me for some reason.
Okay, right, no problem. You go back and just.
I'll do something else.
I'll go into chat until you're ready.
I'll click some buttons and hopefully you'll see. Anyway, right, okay.
I'll go and chat now.
Okay, well you're in the background, so we'll speak to you in a second. But let's just see if anybody's got anything exciting to say. So Kernow is saying, you probably heard the saying dead roof. No, I've never heard that. But I can imagine if you're talking about a roof is above you and it's dead, I suppose you're talking about somebody floating towards the surface and the roof, the dead roof. Yeah. Because people float probably below the surface when they're dead. They don't actually, their head doesn't come up. So it's the dead roof. You don't go above the dead roof. That's just a guess. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm guessing. So, Matt was one of the original hardcore urbexes. I wasn't really, to be honest. I mean, I got a lot of reputation for things I maybe I did and maybe I didn't do, but I think a lot of it was just people thought that shit was going down. It must have been me because I was the only name they knew. So therefore, I got all this kind of kudos for things I didn't do. Yeah. Right. So yeah. Okay. Hovercraft. Gout is hot topic. Right. Okay. We'll come back to hovercraft then because we're getting off subjects on gout and all sorts of stuff and radios and yeah. But we'll bring it back just before the end onto track and we'll talk about some hovercraft. We'll ask Joe his opinions on hovercraft.
Keep the hovercraft and radio stuff till later on. Man, I would suggest because you know what I mean. Just you go and see your viewers. I'm just trying to go and chat here, and it's froze up here.
Well, is it still frozen up? You can hear me though.
I can still hear you.
Well, I haven't done anything to the settings, and they can see me on YouTube because I linked in to myself, so it's working. But sadly, for some reason, why didn't you? I was saying this. If you refresh your browser, it'll probably start working. But then
I'll come off, and then if you send us a link,
and you'll come back in if you need to, yeah, and then it'll start working for you.
Well, I will do because I want to talk about radios. Where you see the radio, did you see it?
Yeah. And we won't talk too long about radios because we're going to lose people. They won't understand what we're on about if we talk radios. I can talk radios.
We'll talk about that later on.
Yeah. We'll talk about it after we're on the channel because, I mean, I don't think people are going to be interested in UHF, VHF, channel spacing, FM 25 megahertz spacing or 12 or 8 or digital, they're not going to be into that.
No, I know.
It's a radio. It's a radio. You can turn it on. You can shout, fuck off. That's a radio, isn't it? Yeah,
I would never do that. I would never
No,
do
I
that
wouldn't-
on any.
I would never do that, especially on channel 16.
No, I started off with CB radio and I never swore, not once.
Well, I
Never.
did. I was a terrible troll. I was a terrible troll, but I had to give it up because I realised it was just so bloody counter. It was just going nowhere. You know what I mean? It was going nowhere. It was funny for 5 minutes, but it was going nowhere.
£10 a year. £10 a year for a license when I first started off, right? I had a Maxtron, and then I bought a Midlands 4001. Can you remember
them? Midlands and Maxon, not Maxtron, but Maxon. I know.
And all yours as in.
You got a T in yours, have you? That's a Chinese clone, no doubt. He's frozen now. He's frozen for me.
Apparently.
Oh, there he is. He's back now. But there he is.
Like.
Anyway, not too much radio. Why don't we do a separate one where we talk for radios about 5 hours about radios, and loads of people come in then, because there's loads of radio amateurs who are on this thing. They've told us their call signs, and they probably got some CB users, and we can reminisce about the most wind up things we've ever done on the airwaves, which you never do as a radio amateur because you're very responsible. But as a CB user, we can talk about the good old days.
Them days, but on amateur radio, you can't wind people up. You've got to go give your call sign, right? And you've got to see it the way it is, and you talk responsibly. Even if you don't go call sign, you talk responsibly on that through that repeater to that person somewhere in Britain or wherever they are in the world. You just do not swear. Anybody swear, you can be traced. And I'll make sure you will be traced.
Here you go. He's going to find you. He's going to find you. He's going to find you.
Matt, can you remember them days?
I can remember those days, but it's like I remember people saying, like, I'm going to come round your house and I'm going to smash your head in. And it's like, all because I'd gone me on their channel when they were talking, and they're going, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. I know where you live. I'm going to kill you. And I'm like, nee. And they're like, and that's all it takes. It's just like a little noise, like nee. And they just want to destroy whole nations. They want to like genocide. You know.
Last thing I'm going to say, I'm going to come. Anyway. I'm going to reboot and come back in, keep us down, and then you chat. But the thing is, what killed CB radios is Christmas.
And people like me.
Kiddies. Let the kiddies buy them for a present.
Yeah.
Right? You had to be 19 years old to have one. I remember Harvard. I had a Harvard walkie-talkie, Maxtron, and then I bought me a Midland 4001, and I had a Mighty Magnum, which was on a 40-foot pole.
Stop now, because I've just put a picture up on the screen of like this Dinky Osm is talking about a PC133 Uniden. Neil's on.
Uniden. You are right. Well, stop there. Yeah. Right, everybody.
We better stop there. We better stop there because otherwise, honestly, we're going to go through the whole range of every radio we've ever had.
I know.
And all the naughty things we've done. And
it's
it's just not. It's going to dilute this very serious, responsible conversation about the Slipway at Daedalus and Hovercraft Museum into just a free for all, which probably we should just press stop and start a new video, and then we can go free for all.
Right, we'll stop and start, and we'll just talk back about your stuff, right? So I'm coming off. Everybody out there in Matt's channel, please don't talk about radios. We will bring this up again, because what radars and radios and things, Matt can bring it all together. So just leave it for another day, and we'll get into that. And like oscilloscopes, if you don't know how an oscilloscope works,
you'll be whipped otherwise. You'll be whipped.
Matt, you've seen this
with my whip.
You've seen my scope
VHF, UHF whip.
Yeah. Right, let's just leave it there, everybody. Please, no more radios, no CB radios and fruit machines, whatever.
I hope you're taking this in, Neil. Right, no radios.
Yeah, because
AM, CB stuff, aren't you? And
Matt,
Neil, you're pushing it now. You're pushing it. You get go. The line has been drawn. There's no radios. Joe has said no radios. Otherwise,
no radios.
He'll send the GPO round to investigate you. So don't do it, baby.
Good lad.
Then we're going to start
looking
about
forward
the
to
worst
speaking-
thing that ever happens when we close down Maplins.
Maplins.
Joe, press refresh, Joe.
I will. Right, no more radios now.
Even the word radio. Press refresh. He's gone. Fair play. Right, there's somebody who wants to connect. He's changing his name all the time. He's now cash register. I don't know. He's desperate, but desperation only requires a webcam. And then you can have your 5 minutes of fun. It requires a webcam. And that's not a webcam of a picture of my face turned into an arse crack or something. That's not what we mean by a webcam.
Yeah. So you got to get rid of the boat. So I think you should get rid of the boat and buy yourself a hovercraft.
Oh yeah,
because they're much quicker and you don't need a slipway as such, do you? And you can drive it all the way from your house down to Plymouth. You'd be fine.
All the way. Yeah, that's right.
A pilot, you can drive a hovercraft as a pilot.
It's quite popular. Drifting round is quite popular now, isn't it? You know, so like just drift all the way, drift round the corners, drift into the garage, drift into Lidl's. Maybe take it in through the like doors and drift around the aisleways, like, you know, annoying people with a loud noise.
I don't know. I know in the 60s and 70s it was popular to build yourself a hovercraft. I don't know if you can do it these days.
Well, they've got some in the Hovercraft Museum. I mean, it's a testament to ways to piss off your neighbours. But on a lonely beach, it's like Weston-super-Mare. What happens in Weston-super-Mare stays in Weston-super-Mare. Literally.
I spent a few years in Weston-super-Mare. Yeah, a few years I can't really remember.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it was a party city. I don't know if it still is.
Nah, I don't know. Maybe behind the scenes, you know, in the crust or something, you know, like in the lower regions. But it's fairly quiet, I think. You know, to be honest, these days it's if it gets any more quiet, which it would have to get very quiet to the point of, like, you know, deafness. It would be like Barry, but it's like you know, Barry is like, you know, it's like a plot of land up for donkeys almost at the moment. But Weston-super-Mare is slowly quietening down to the point where, hello, could you speak up, please? Yeah.
Yeah, well, they shut down Locking Camp, didn't they? So there was a lot of young people there who were going out partying every weekend. So they shut that place down.
Pontins. We used to have a Butlins in Barry Butlins. And then they got rid of that. And then that had a knock-on effect of killing off the fun fair, which I have romantic visions of this fun fair being amazing and really exciting and big. But I think they're just like, when you're a child, everything seems really big and exciting. But it was actually, I went back there and I was like, it's still the same size, but there's nothing there now. But like, how did they fit all this excitement into such a small space? It was probably because it wasn't as exciting as I thought it was. Realistically, at the time it was, but then maybe not now.
You needed Ali Law there. That would have made it exciting.
Yeah, Ali Law wouldn't have been just like, you know, he wouldn't have been sort of sitting on the ghost train going, like, you know, a few meters in and around the thing. He would have been the guy who literally like just shot a load of like crap in your face, like from a squirt gun or something, you know. He wouldn't have been one of these like ghost guys going, ooh. He would have been somebody who literally like just like smacked you across the head with something and got you to wake up. Yeah. A real horror show.
Yeah. So you've done any exploring around that area around Weston-super-Mare, because you've got Cheddar Gorge now, haven't you?
Oh yes, we've done something.
Years ago they were discovering more tunnels, but
yeah, KK Explores has got some tales to tell about Weston-super-Mare, because something we did in Weston-super-Mare caught fire after we did it.
Oh dear.
And I think he has a strange claim to fame, because he was wandering along and actually found it. So, no, I'm not saying it was you, but he actually was the first person to report the fact there was smoke coming out of the building that we'd gone to. Like a couple of weeks later, or a week or so later, he was down there and he spotted it and reported it to the fire brigade. And luckily, the whole building didn't go up. You know, so KK Explores, thank you very much for that, because we don't need that sort of stuff going on in the urbex community. And it's almost like as if, well, you know, what do you do? Do you say to people, "Oh, we're in a house tonight, but we can't tell you where it is because all you kiddies or people that we knew that we thought wouldn't do that sort of shit are actually going to go down and do that to places."
Yeah.
I mean, and I don't want it to have to get to that point of not telling people where we're going. You know, like this is a place in the United Kingdom we're going. You know, it's like that's going to be a bit boring, isn't it?
I couldn't believe it. It's like that bunker you're in was it Plymouth or Portsmouth. Caught the kids in the act. I honestly, call me old, but I would never have considered doing something like that as a child, and I know a lot of people would. It's the fun in it, just go around smashing it up.
Yeah. Well, Joe is in the background, and we can bring him in, but he's playing with his camera at the moment, so we'll hang on, let's bring him in. But Joe, right, okay, so we're three of us now, but let's see what we got to say with Neil. You know, what have you picked up so far this evening on what's been going on, and can you give us some enlightenment as to what you think is going on with this Slipway being closed down, bearing in mind that I haven't got a clue. No. Okay, he's obeying the rule of not talking about radios, but he's not obeying the rule about exciting people with radios.
Can't say anything because he's muted.
Is he? Ah, I didn't mute him. You muted yourself, mate. Ah, you did the radio thing. You were muted. I didn't mute you. So
Play with his squelch.
You got squelch. Look, I'm unmuting his mic, but he's not even unmuting. I'm pressing the unmute button. You can't unmute your guest. It says you can't unmute your guest because they chose to mute themselves.
Send him more
You chose to mute yourself. I'm not kidding. He's muted himself, but now he can't unmute himself. I'm not kidding, right? Hang on, I'll just show him so he'd probably think I'm fucking winding him up, and I've done this. Look, right, here we go. You're on screen now. Look, right, Joe Marshall, right? If I press unmute mic, it goes, you can't unmute your guest because they chose to mute themselves, right? So it's true, right? You've muted yourself. So I don't know what you've done, but first it was the screen stop, but now you've muted yourself. So anyway, let's come back onto reality and so let's just he's gone now, so he's disappeared off again. So we'll fingers crossed, reboot the machine, might come back in. Anyway, Neil, what did you pick up from tonight's conversation? Can you give us your perspective based on the fact that I am lacking a number of pieces of information, obviously, like, you know, what's exactly gone on behind the scenes, but does it seem suspicious that, you know, I don't know. I don't even want to put words in your mouth, you know?
It seems very suspicious, doesn't it? You know, they've got this taxi service that they wish to start up. They've got a museum there, a Slipway, funny old thing. It's a tidy piece of beach on a main road. Brown envelopes in council meetings, maybe. Who knows?
Or not even, because, you know, maybe not even council meetings. I'm sure a lot of these great ideas happen just on goodwill, you know, which obviously doesn't work for some people, you know, like a lot of the people who use that Slipway, or the locals who are going to have to put up with the noise of the hovercrafts coming back when they thought their property value was going up, but now it's going to come down again if they start running regular hovercrafts, or if they, you know, Leon Solent runway, for example, I believe it's not allowed to be used as a major runway because of the noise problem. So therefore, it only runs as for the Coast Guard for emergencies, which is very important. So that people will put up with that because it's like lives are at risk, you know. And I'll probably be one of those lives one day when they come and like winch us out of the water because we've gone too late on a bloody Explorer or something, you know. So people put up with that, but they don't really want aircraft regularly in and out of there. So a hovercraft taxi service, what do you reckon? Unpopular, or they put up with it because it's 24 quid to get to the ride or cows or something, you know, if you've got lots of money.
Is it required?
Pub crawl?
I mean, is it going to be popular?
Pub crawl, you know, like it's only 25 quid or 30 quid. Per head, and you can all have a piss up then. You know, you just all piss that up on a hovercraft and vomit on the hovercraft on your way over to the Isle of Wight for a piss up. Which is what a lot of people do on the boats, by the way. So therefore, what I'm saying is, who is this directed at? You know, grandma? Or, you know, businessman? Or piss artist? Piss artist wants a cheap boat. Grandma probably would be freaked out by the idea of a hovercraft. Businessman? Is this a businessman service? Or, you know, who's it directed at? Maybe this is why it didn't get off the ground, you know, because it's like hovercraft were always generally expensive. They're very fast, but it's like Concorde. Who can afford it?
Yeah.
You know?
I don't know what the study is, what the audience is, where they're going to, or why those people would want to go to those locations. I don't know, so I couldn't really give a good opinion, really. But it just looks, from what you've shown us, it looks really suspicious.
Well, it's
quiet. Have the council got like a plan, like a 5 or 10, 15-year plan on what they envision the area to be, and where does that hovercraft fit into it?
That would be interesting to know, which I've put a freedom of information request. It's quite fairly wide. I said, can you give us any documentation relating to the hovercraft service and why Daedalus Slipway has been closed down? So I'm basically pointing you in two directions, and I made it as 2 points because you'd be really careful with freedom of information. If you ask two questions, they only answer one. Yeah. Because they don't want, and they'll answer the one that's easiest. So you have to ask them the second question again. But it's like, question 1, can we have some paperwork regarding all this shit? And question 2, why did you close the Slipway down? You know, so I can't go 3 questions or 4 questions. You know, you've got to be like specific. Sorry.
But the other thing that the council might be able to provide you with is the licensing application.
If there was one, because the is it the Daily Echo or something? What are they called? That newspaper said it was like, we can reveal. So that doesn't sound like something that's been in like normal, you know, paperwork.
Yeah.
Parish council paperwork or council paperwork, or it's openly known. We can reveal, because revelation is something that isn't well known. We can reveal, you know. So why aren't the council revealing it?
But you would think that something like that would go to public consultation. Because you're removing the slipway, and you're creating all this noise.
Yeah.
A big vehicle, a hovercraft's not little, is it? And they're going to want to somehow publicize it as well. And you'd think they'd do a study to see how popular it is. So it doesn't seem right.
I mean, I saw a video on YouTube. Say again?
It almost seems like a hobby business. You know,
yes, possibly. Which is why it never made it past the 80s or 90s. You know, it was a good idea, but it's not cheap. No. Which is why only militaries tend to use these things, because they're complicated and expensive to run. And, you know, there's certain impacts on the environment, people, and various things. And I mean, if they're not kept absolutely ship shape, you know, they don't float brilliantly. And if you've got wave conditions, you can float above them. But if that engine goes off in high waves, you're not talking about like Irish Sea. You could just bounce along in the waves. Yeah. If you were taking a hovercraft through the Irish Sea to Ireland, and the engine died, I think a lot more people would be dying than just the engine. There'd be more things
Yeah.
dying than just the engine.
Well, catamarans are more popular than a hovercraft, and a catamaran can go pretty quick these days.
Mm.
But it
That's
just
my
seems a bit-
opinion. I don't know for fact, but I mean, looking at that Princess Anne, it was the biggest one there, and it's like we only had to walk up a few feet to get into it. It then had a door which closed, which would seal it, but then you're talking about a vessel which is probably not going to be airtight, watertight sealed. I mean, you know, to the degree that it could last for several hours. It might last for an hour, whilst half the cargo deck is filled with water and everybody's out on the top of the hovercraft, kind of hanging on for grim life, whilst various vessels scoot over to get people off. But a hovercraft is basically a flat vessel that doesn't bounce up out of the water. It's flat on the water. As long as you've got air, you're above the water. But when you haven't got the air, you're going to be
No buoyancy.
flat, no buoyancy, and then the waves are going to have their way. I would have thought if you put anything flat on a piece of water, like my boat, you know, it hasn't got a V on it. You know, it's basically going to be getting water coming over it and on it and knocking people off the, you know, people who are hanging on are going to get knocked off by big waves. Yeah. They're going to get overcome.
What are the sea conditions like around there?
I'm just guessing. I could be totally wrong on this one, but how many tests have they done with crash test dummies or real people? There's never been an example of an emergency on a hovercraft, but there was one, strangely enough, at Ryde, which is exactly where they're on about doing this thing from. There was an emergency situation whereby the hovercraft lost power, and instead of like, oh well, it's lost power. You remember hovercraft lost power? It's like it's totally safe. Yeah, you could just carry on. Yeah, well, as long as it's got one engine. It took them apparently something like an hour and a half to get a mile because it was going and wasn't really getting there. Yeah, and it only just got to shore. And what if it didn't get to shore? It's not like a boat. When the engine dies, you can float in a boat. When an engine dies on a hovercraft, if it's calm waters, maybe, but if it's not calm waters, what's going to happen then?
Yeah, you're going to just roll with the waves and slowly fill up like a bath.
But they did have a number of life inflatable krakens on the side. I noticed that even on this Princess Anne, they had a number of those there. But it's like, it's not the intrinsically safe thing to do.
What is in a life rafts?
Yeah, I mean, if you have to resort
It's
to
the
like
last
putting life
resort,
raft
that
out,
is.
it's a last resort,
Yeah.
isn't it? Yeah, it's like the ship's going down, on you go to the life raft if you haven't got like swept off by the waves, or a
boobs in
heart
the back.
attack. You know, grandma's had a heart attack because this is all too much. You know, so
What are the sea conditions like around that area, though? Are they suitable for a hovercraft?
well, in the right conditions, I think they are. Yes, like they were yesterday. Was absolutely idyllic, icy, calm, no problems at all. But like Plymouth, you know, if the winds get up, you've got rollers like 4 feet to 6 feet high, or higher. Somebody I know who lives in Plymouth said, I was there on that day. And I'm like, what day? And he said, the day the wave came. And I'm like, what wave? And he said, well, you know that where you were on that front, and they've got houses and all that sort of stuff. Well, my house is here like this. And the wave went like this. Boosh. And everybody, I was standing out my back garden, and we knew there were bad waves, but I was standing out there when it was like, boosh. And it's a wonder the houses weren't swept away, let alone the people. And he's like lucky to be alive, but that can happen. If you want to live on it's a well-known fact in history. If you live on the coast, it's a good place to do trade, but it's also a good place to die when the water levels rise, or you have a tsunami or something goes wrong. Fukushima and Hinkley Point. Anybody know about Hinkley and the Severn? I think we've had experience of the Severn. What happens when the waves go out? It's nice and calm. But when the waves come back in, which is a natural thing that happens twice a day, when the waves come back in, they come back really rough. because you're compressing all those waves into a small space. So where do they go? They don't just go wave, wave. They double their height when you compress them into a small space. They double, and it doubles and doubles, and it's like, so that's why Barry and upstream they've got the highest tides in the world, because it's a very long compressed gap, and you push things in behind it. You push all that water in behind it, it's got nowhere to go. So when the waves come back in, it either destroys the land, which doesn't happen, or it goes higher, or it goes over the land. It's like there's it's not going to just disappear. So you get a tsunami that comes up the River Severn, right? And it's going to get stronger by the time it gets to Hinckley. Boosh, Hinckley's, boom, Fukushima. By the time it gets to like Gloucester and the nuclear power stations up there, boosh, you got 2 Fukushimas. Yeah. So has anybody thought about our Fukushimas, or are we all taken care of? Nothing to see here. Because I've been saying for a while, you build nuclear power stations next to the water, you're going to go the way of a number of civilizations that disappeared. And we ain't talking Atlantis. We're talking like, yeah.
Yeah. And it's the damage that nuclear power stations do anyway.
I think they're very safe. They're very safe, and it's like aircraft. They're much safer than cars. But when they go, you certainly remember it.
Yeah. But it's like when I was a child, I lived near about 30, 40 miles away from Sizewell, and the fishermen around there were banned because they were catching rather odd-looking fish.
Yeah.
And some of them incredibly large, and it was all around where the cooling was, where it ejected the warm water.
Yeah.
So, so they are damaging anyway. And then you've got people like BNFL who just can't get rid of the material.
Well, they could if they were to burn it, but not in the atmosphere, in another type of nuclear reactor, which is possibly more safe. And I may be just a conspiracy theorist by talking about. Yes, that's a nuclear reactor that could burn up stuff, but you have to then fire it into the atmosphere with the risk that it could burn up in the atmosphere and come back. And I suppose, the cheapest contractors would be brought online to kind of keep the cost down. So are you going to be one of the people working on, like, the slave gangs of nuclear waste, sending it up as cheaply as they could? And people say, like, oh, they wouldn't do that. And it's like, well, they did dump nuclear waste in the Irish Sea and various other places around the world. I mean, I'm only talking about Ireland because it's one we know. Where else has it been dumped? And they know that it's leaking, but it's okay because the fish and the wildlife will just kind of soak it up, and there'll be small, like, pockets of, as you say, mutant fish and big fish and weird sort of things, and hopefully no Godzillas, but yeah. But nothing to see here, because it's just, don't talk about it. Don't deal with it. Just like hide it. Well, you can't hide it if it's like you send a rocket up into space and then it like, oh, look, it's very publicly disintegrated. And now we've got to deal with the aftermath of a certain country where the wind was blowing is now going to receive all of that payload. It's like, yeah, when there is possibly a way to deal with it on Earth. And it's a kind of nuclear furnace, but not one that we have to fire, risky rockets up and lose them. There's a nuclear furnace, which is a type of nuclear reactor that if you send everybody home and turn the power off and cut its water supply off, shuts down. If you did that with any other normal type of nuclear reactor, cut off its water supply, cut off its electric, and send the staff home, it'll probably go critical, yeah? But there are nuclear reactors you can build that if you shut off all of their sustenance and all of their safety systems, they shut down, yeah, naturally. We don't have to go for these types of crazy reactors which were created for nuclear weapons. We can go for nuclear reactors that do the same job but ain't created for nuclear weapons, that also just happen to just go quiet if you leave them alone.
Okay.
And they do exist.
Yeah.
Google it.
Okay. Yeah, because there was the reactor down south of the Lake District. I've got the name now, but that nearly went critical, didn't it?
Wind
Started burning
scale.
itself up. Wind scale, yeah.
Yeah. Britain was actually one of the first countries to kind of
Yeah.
create the nuclear incident before we started like preaching to everybody else, about how we've sorted it out and how everybody else needs to adopt our wonderful standards, and then wagging our finger when everybody else
But
gets it wrong.
But
Based
it wasn't primarily a power station, though, was it?
Go on, what was it?
So Windscale was a laboratory, effectively, to create material for nuclear weapons.
Oh,
was
so
there to
yes, it
refine
wasn't
it.
just
Yeah.
but none of them are. I mean, they are they're all capable of creating materials you wouldn't want going
It's
to
the
your
waste,
enemy.
Yeah, it's the waste. But yeah, they had the Queen there, and it's actually an interesting documentary on YouTube. They had the Queen going and opening it and stuff. Actually, it wasn't creating much power. It was all there for refinement, and then it nearly burned down.
Yeah.
So
So there's been so many examples of how it can go wrong. I can't understand unless it's money or politics related, as I think there've been enough documentaries on this to say, like, the military have pushed the agenda because they want the plutonium, they want the enriched uranium, they want the plutonium, they want to have materials which are useful for weapons, which is why they've chosen to do it the way that it's been done. But they didn't have to do it that way, and there were clear ways to do this in the 1960s, which were being developed, but they were shut down and never talked about again because they wanted to find out how to produce nuclear reactors for submarines or aircraft, which was safe. And even now, I think down in Plymouth, we've got like 12 nuclear submarines sitting there with their cores intact, that the British government, not that they don't know how to decommission them, but they don't want to pay because it's too expensive. America, they will pay to decommission things because money's no object. It's like, hey, we don't care. Britain, we haven't quite got the bank book to deal with it. So we just hide them in Plymouth, and they're just there, sitting there. Not a danger, but they're just sitting there as like, well, somebody else will deal with this. Somebody else will deal with this. We're not dealing with this. Somebody else's problem.
There was a chap on YouTube the other day, Professor, I can't remember, he used to work for the BBC, and he was making little short pieces he does on sounds like a nuclear battery, and it's only creating enough current in order to power small devices, but it would enable BNFL to get rid of some of its material by just putting a bit in everybody's house. Suddenly my daughter gets a teddy bear with this nuclear powered battery in it.
I remember hearing like Frankenstein science of I know we're well off hovercraft here, but I remember hearing a crazy idea, as you do, where somebody said we can put low-level radioactive waste into food as a disposal thing because, hey, why not? And there was a case plan put forward, like why they could do it, like as if somebody's going to go, yeah, let's do that, But if they call it, I don't know if they call it maybe NutraSweet or something, or aspartame, it might be radioactive. But if you call it a different name instead of calling it nuclear waste, you might get away with it. Yeah. I'm not saying they're radioactive, but it's I'm just making an example. But yeah, who the hell would want that shit? Apparently, the public, they don't even understand what it means. Yeah.
Well, the Scots use something within their ration packs. It's a meal that you can instantly.
Is that true though? Is it actually true?
From what I've heard, including from that professor on that documentary I was talking about, he's confirmed it. Because I saw Scottish regiments that have it.
Yeah, only I was trying to see if you could get hold of some of these MREs with the thing in that would actually just like keep cooking your food forever and was only that big, and
apparently they've got it. So anyway, sorry, I'm ruining your show about hovercraft. chance.
You're not, but I mean, I did actually wonder whether or not it was an April Fool's joke by a certain YouTuber.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just going by whatever people say.
Okay.
Just
So
spreading the
I
rumor.
don't know. I haven't had it confirmed. So I'm like, yeah, but there's a certain, I think he's from the Isle of Man, YouTuber who does like tear down videos of things, and he said, I've got an MRE pack here, and you won't believe what's in this. It's a very bad Scottish accent, but he's like, oh, you won't believe what's in this. It's like they've got loads of junk food, and they've got junk food, and they've got a bottle of scotch, and then a packet of crisps, and then some iron brew, and then some sweets, and then some radioactive material. Yeah, and it's like, and then what you do is you get your pot noodle, and you put the radioactive material in the pot noodle, and it'll heat it up. It takes about 20 minutes, but it'll heat it up. And then all you have to do is put it back in its little case, and it's safe. It's like, really? No, surely not, because you couldn't kind of have that on somebody's backpack, because if it opened, or you'd be getting radiated into your body. It might be safe if it's. That's what I was thinking. I mean, but.
It's quite safe for the military. Some of these guys got radio packs in the back. They're frying their kidneys.
That's true. I know somebody quite well whose dad had a brain tumor, but he nothing to do with the fact he had a radio on with a little transmitter aerial there for the military, and he was like, constantly transmitting on that. Just happens to have a brain tumor. Mobile phones are perfectly safe. The fact that you might have brain tumors from them, or wherever you have them on your body, is irrelevant. It's just a spurious statistic. Yeah.
We mentioned radios. We're not allowed to mention radios.
We're not allowed to. Oh, no. It's true. You're right there. Right. We've got two people who want to come on. Are you getting tired? You're looking...
No. No,
you're not. Oh, I thought you know.
I'm working. So.
Are you? This is work.
Well, working as I'm chatting away. Yeah.
He's working hard. Oh, well, one's gone. There was a guy, yes, he's coming back, I think. Richard Warnock has now got a webcam, and Joe has now come back as well. So there we are. Look.
Oh, Neil.
But look, guys, I mean, I got to say, it's very interesting stuff, but it's probably just whoosh over the heads of all the people who come on to see a thing about Daedalus and Hovercraft Museum. They'll have long gone by now, but we probably need to start another one and talk about these conspiracy theories and other things in another video, but not this one, because it's just going to dilute it. Nobody will come on there to learn about radios, because they'll just get 2 hours of Daedalus and Hovercraft before they get to radios, which means they'll never watch it. So we have to kind of split it, don't we?
I'll tell you, we'll keep that for another channel.
Yeah. So Richard has no camera, but he did have for a minute. So, right. I mean, I'm getting pretty tired as well, because it's like 2:21 in the morning. Shall we keep it for another night?
Can do.
Sharpen up. Sounds like you're raring to go there. We could sharpen our sticks. Sharpen our sticks.
Those are beyond. And
it's
anyway,
too hot in here.
we'll see it before we go about nuclear power stations and things. Think about Fukushima. What happened there? And Japan's just had another typhoon there.
Mm-hmm.
And no, it's not just that. Think about Scotland, ADF, Matt. Do you know about
they only get away with it in this country because we don't have major earthquakes and we don't have tsunamis. But Japanese has proved that if you go by our models of what's safe, you need to be in a place that doesn't have those things, because our models ain't safe.
No, they're not. Nothing's safe when it comes to nuclear radiation, right? Anyway, Matt, but ADF said they found 350 fractures in the core of their thing, and that to close the plant down. So what's going to happen to them rods? Are they going to put them somewhere safe? Are they going to put them in the sea? What's going to happen? What do you reckon, guys?
Whatever they can get away with, probably. That's not. I'm being perfectly reasonable
Without-
about that. It's like
without-
whatever they can get
without-
away with at the minimum cost,
Yeah,
that's what they'll get away with, unless they're held to account.
disgusting, man.
Mm.
That's what. Remember what? If you ever watched, I've been listening to this, or I've been trying to reconnect this. Right, I heard about this. I watched both versions of the Sellafield, right? About the filters. The first one, the cows were poisoned, all the milk was poisoned, and then the professor, all of a sudden, the government made him change his statement.
Yeah.
Saying that you're
you
not
mean like,
allowed.
You mean like don't wear masks because they don't do anything? Literally, watch this.
Exactly.
With these eyes, the electrons entered the eyes, and the sound waves went into my ears. That were like doctors saying, "There's no point wearing a mask because there's no evidence to say that it works. It doesn't do anything, and it's just a waste of money." And right now, when we need PPE for people, this is the last thing we want to be doing. And it's like, where are we now? Everyone wear a mask. Everyone wear a mask because it's so important to wear a mask.
But
So
look,
do I trust what my government tell me?
No.
Yes, under advisement.
Oh, Matt,
Yeah, I'll take it under advisement. Thank you very much. In the meantime, fuck off. Yeah, not you, but them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The thing is, what they were telling me, right, is a load of bullshit. Now they've sent all these school kids back. I heard it, and they all started to catch coronavirus again. Isn't that weird?
Well, the one thing about government is you're not going to stay in power unless you keep shaking the public up to be scared enough to want to vote you back in or keep you in power. I think George Bush knew all about this. I think everybody who's been a prime minister has probably known about this. War is good for business. War is great for business. Doesn't do much for the people who are fighting those wars, but as long as you're not one of them, or at least if you pretend to be one of them, then you can get away with a lot of things. But yeah, the public are just sheep, and if you get the sheepdog out and frighten them into this corner and that corner, they'll just be running back and forth, left and right, and they won't have time to think about what they're doing because they're just running back and forth. Yeah, the people who've got the bigger picture are the ones like standing on the sidelines blowing the whistles, like left, right, left, right, left, right. Keep them busy whilst they can do business in the background. That's what it's always been about. Divide to rule.
And you know the big one we've had lately is 9/11. Remember that?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I remember it. I watched everything about it. And then they found out there was explosive put into the building. So what really brought that building down? Was it the planes? Was it the building? But, you can't really say too much because the governments, they can get rid of you just like that.
Well, I mean, the 911 truth movement has had a hard job convincing anybody that with thermite was used. But then, I mean, you probably got 100 documentaries saying, look at these crackpots, compared to one saying, well, actually, here's the truth. That documentary will probably be suppressed. I mean, and anti-vax stuff. I mean, it didn't take very long for a certain one documentary to come out and be absolutely slammed by 50 documentaries saying what crazy shit this was. Yeah. One documentary. And then just 50 going, it's bollocks, it's bollocks, it's bollocks, it's bollocks, it's bollocks, it's bollocks. Yeah, really?
I don't think that was a plane, right? Them wanted to cause war, right? That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, I definitely believe that because, I mean, it's not easy to go to war these days because most people don't want to. So you've got to actually invent other reasons to make people want to kill themselves or do things of harm to themselves. As long as they just keep jumping in the fire and killing themselves, it doesn't matter if you kill them nicely or bad, or if they're stupid enough to want to go to war. If you call him mum, if you say their mum is a donkey and she stinks of elderberries, then they'll run across the fields wanting to kill everyone. So it's like that's all you had to do in the olden days. Now the slightly more educated masses have to be told that like they're going to lose their Netflix, and then they'll be like, bastards, we just kill the bastards. It's like it's different ways of getting people to go to war. But the war now is not like them versus us. It's us versus us.
No,
You know,
I tell you
get
what
us
the
to
war
fight
is now.
ourselves.
I
Yeah.
tell you what the war is now, lads. It's because they're all going about Brexit, and even all this fucking shit coronavirus, and it's getting people to bits. But the thing is, over in Japan, they've got a power station that's still fucking seeping nuclear radiation out of it. Fukushima, right? Because it's never reported that, but it's still leaking, which is going to the atmosphere, right? So they don't tell you about that shit, but they just say, all right, London, Birmingham stabbing, this, that, right? I didn't like that Birmingham stabbing. Used to hope the court them, apparently on the news. But I'm not going to go into that. And the thing is, they can't give you a proper answer. Look at that one in Scotland, just EDF, right? They can't give you an honest answer. It never been mentioned on the news. 370 cracks in that, right? In the carbon, the sarcophagus, whatever it's spelled in, right? Right? So EDF's closed that. Where the hell is that on the news? Not. You know why? Because they didn't want to call it a national panic.
Well, not when they're building a new power station down on the southwest coast.
And yet they're still, however, they're still building them, man, Neil. They still want to build. They want to build one in Blythe, just down the street from me, in Northumberland, right? They pulled an old gas. Well, it was coal, and it was gas, right? So much. Now they want to build a nuclear power station there. Now they bring new cables from Netherlands all the way to Blythe to feed London.
Really?
Work that one out. I live just up the street, not far long. Matt knows, but I'm going to say no more. They're putting a big power station there. Netherlands, all under the water. They spent all this money, and now it's going to feed London. Now, how's that feed our national grid in London? How's that feeding us up north?
Well, don't all the Welsh reservoirs that have most of the water feed it back to, England and Birmingham, where they have lower water rates than the people in Wales who have to have those reservoirs in their backyard? How does that work out? Well, of course, the people of Wales have to pay for the reservoirs, so everyone else can have it cheap. Because why not?
Way too much, Queen.
So you have to pay. You have to pay with your children's, health and everything else. You have to pay for that, so people in London can live it up.
Because remember, we're all just peasants in that with the Queen. Remember?
But everyone in the world, not just us. I think the whole world is victim
we're
to
just
this.
peasants. We're peasants, right? And the worst thing I thought, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but was, can you remember that crash with Prince Andrew? Was it Philip or Andrew? Philip.
Oh, you mean in his car, where nothing really
the
happened?
Land Rover,
Yeah.
when he crashed in the woman. Can you remember that on the news? Who got charged? The woman.
Yeah.
And then people went to investigate it, and reports went to get the groundsman of the land down in, I'll tell you what it was, because I was doing there getting duck eggs. It was down in, not Devon, it was just over there, right? And what they say to the cameraman, get off this land. He's a peasant, get off this land. Now, how would you treat British people that pays the taxes and call them peasants?
Well, isn't government a good excuse to kind of have 100 idiots who have no experience in the things they're actually professing to be MPs representing the public for? Who better to have in charge of nuclear than a gymnastics teacher? And then who better to put in charge of gymnastics, but the nuclear professor. Because that way you can be assured that any mistakes these people make because of their ineptitude in the subject matters they're dealing with can just be written off as, well, they didn't really know much what they were talking about. But all the while, whilst you're arguing about why somebody stupidly did this job when they were actually trained for that job, and that job should have been this job, and these idiots, and a blind man was in charge of actually, like road transport, then you don't look at the bigger picture, which is like, you don't look up the tree at the idiots who made that all happen in the first place, which is the ones who are really in charge, who wanted everybody to just be running around wondering why it's all going wrong. Because then you don't look up the tree to realize why it's really going wrong. Yeah.
Because we all know what's going wrong. Don't we, Matt? We all know what's going wrong.
Yeah, well, I mean, those that crave power are probably the ones that shouldn't have it.
No, they shouldn't have it.
Yeah. So,
well, I'm not going to say any more because I could see upset people, all over the world. But I'm not going to see it.
Yeah, but you'll be upsetting those that just don't want responsibility and just wish somebody else would take care of it for them. So when it goes wrong, they go, "Oh, it's disgusting, isn't it? Why that went wrong that I didn't actually care about until I found out it went wrong, because I never really care until things go wrong. Then I can actually just wag my finger at somebody else."
That's correct.
Yeah,
well, that's correct.
And those
So
who go seeking the truth or going places not meant to go are the terrorists and the bad guys, because they shouldn't be asking those questions. Why would you want to know that stuff? What's it got to do with you? It's like, well, what's it got to do with you, police officer, who's actually protecting the wankers who are actually like not taking care of nuclear matters or where the weapons are going or selling loads of weapons to foreign governments? And you stand there telling me that I'm the terrorist for asking the questions and trying to find out what's going on. Yeah, that sort of, yeah.
Yeah, they can pay £900 for a hotel room for all these people coming abroad.
Yeah.
And all these immigrants, right? But yet a soldier, I don't know if you heard about that, and homeless people in Britain, they've got to sleep on the streets.
But don't you think it's value for money if you actually want to fuck up the British, system of governance? You've got to have like shit happening, and if it's shit isn't happening, it's £900. It's cheaper than a missile, or cheaper than a bomb, or cheaper than sending people to war. It's like £900. It's actually good value for money if you want to fuck things up. You just look at
Neil.
You're not thinking like budgets here, right?
No, I'm thinking
to keep people
about
distracted. You need to have distractions, and it's cheap. I mean, like, you wouldn't even get a television crew to hire a camera and drive a car out to film a documentary that tells you that the police are going to come after you and they're going to come and kick your door in. That costs about £3,000 an hour. Yeah.
Well, look at all the military lads, right? Look at all of them.
£900 a day is cheap, mate, to get somebody to come over that's going to cause some sort of crap or angst or, yeah.
Basically, we don't mean nothing to the royals or to them rich people, right? All we are is people, a means to their fund, right? And that's the way I see it. They haven't got the big bunkers. Then, Matt, it's a fact. Neil, it's a fact. Millie, I've had my brother's son used to be a Coldstream guard, right? He left, and they wouldn't let him off. He left because they wouldn't let him off. My mum, his grandma, they wouldn't let him to go to her funeral, right? The Coldstream guards. Oh, no, you're not allowed that, right? And so he just put a notice in, say, right, that's it. It took him 2 years and he got out. Coldstream guards, Buckingham Palace.
Mm. Yeah, because you're supposed to give your life, body, and soul, and your children all to like earn less than somebody would earn, like, being a bus conductor.
However, for 1 day, man.
Mm.
1 day, just to see his grandma off. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, because they want to know if you're stupid enough to do it.
Nah, but the thing is,
but the reality of the fact that you're not really there to protect people and really there for honourable reasons only hits you when you actually say, "Look, I've got to go and see somebody for a very, very honourable reason." They go, "Fuck you," because they want to see if you're that stupid.
Yeah, but they should just give you 1 little day. I understand where you come from there, but it's because you serve Queen and country. right? You can't,
Yeah.
right? If you're in war, you can't just say, all right, I'm going to come for a smoke for half an hour. You're going to fight to the end. I understand that. But the thing is, they're not doing out. Then we're just busy cleaning, putting a pass, and there was other lads that had just come from Iraq. The other lads went to Iraq. I don't know if I'm allowed to say it. And they were like shifts. Do you know what I mean? And he was there, and he said, he got it, the notice, and he asked. I said, no. So I don't know where that come from. I don't know if it's... But never mind.
Well,
That's beyond the point. You know, military is military. If you're serving the services, you've got to do your full service, right? My dad did. On her matches, Queen Mary, I think I tell you, Matt. Queen Mary, you know.
you didn't tell me,
No.
but
My dad was a chief engineer, chief boiler engineer, right? He wasn't like captain on out. He was, he saved people's lives to save his life. He saved their lives, and he got scalded with hot oils and things because it was steam in them days. Queen Mary, I think it's parked in America now. But it was built, some parts were built in the Thames, and some were built, I think it was Scotland, wasn't it? The Queen Mary too. Well,
I'm not sure. But
my
you know,
dad-
don't take this wrong way. It'll have definitely been built where they could have got people to work for fuck all. Yeah, under
But
bad
it-
conditions. Yeah,
but it was used for the transport in the back in the war time to transport American troops.
mm.
And they didn't attack it because they thought it was just like a normal ship, not a battleship, and that's why that's how it didn't get sunk. But now it's in America now, so I've got nothing against Americans. I've got nothing against anybody. I'd love to go and visit that ship. And my dad served, but I think to me to visit that, really, I think it would probably destroy us. Do you know what I mean? Now my dad was down in the engine. I don't know. People, it's not because I'm depressed about it. It's just why it's in America. Maybe it's because it served the American troops in the war. Do you know what I mean? They didn't attack it in the war because it was, like I say, they didn't see it as, when the Germans or whatever was coming across, they didn't see it as a threat. They thought, well, normal cruiser. I thought we would have bombed it, but they didn't. They just went through out and just tried to attack the harbours and, which you know is something, Matt.
Mm. In those gentlemanly days when they only attacked the targets they were supposed to, although nobody really did that, but that's this gentlemanly agreement, Yeah, but the thing is war. People who sign up for it or go in for it have got to be like slightly gullible, or there's no information back in those days or no education for people to break out of the gullibility, because you told them guys over there are eating children. We need to stop them, so we need to go over there and kill their children to stop them eating children. We've got to kill everything, So is there anybody who's good in a war? I don't know, but ultimately, I think people have
good
easily
news in the war. I don't want
programmed.
to make people feel depressed, but the thing is, see the modern technology we've got now, like tablets, phones, computers, and laptops. Where's war going to strike now? I don't want anybody to think about that, right?
Well,
Nearly if you...
yeah.
Yeah,
So
go on, Neil.
the war
Go on,
now is
Neil.
cyber based, and that's going on every minute of the day. And hence, things like caution that's there. So that's going on every minute of the day, and it's easier to rob a bank by doing it electronically than going in with a shotgun. That's fact. And the other thing they do now is they do things like economic sanctions. Like against Iran, as Matt was saying, you put an economic sanction against Iran, and they'll send over 10,000 people at £900 a day, and try and get their own back, their own form of economic sanction. So that's where it's all going. I mean, a lot of ex-military people will tell you they will never ever encourage or allow their children to join the military. Back in the 80s and 90s and beyond, it was a good way of going to college, a good way of leaving home, and a good way of earning some money whilst you did it. But nowadays the risk is so high that you're going to be called up and going away that people don't want to do it. People in their 20s want to be having young families and not spending 9, 12 months of the year away from their family to go to some sandy place. They don't want to do it. And as you said, things like social media and that means that people are now less gullible.
Well, I mean, I'll come back to this COVID thing. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying I know where it's come from, but if it did come from where we think it came from, we've not put any sanction. We've not done anything to like say that was bad. Hang on, let me finish. Let me finish, because otherwise I'm going to lose my point here. So ultimately, if all this COVID stuff is real and all these people are dying and all these centers have been built because of all this shit that's going to happen, right? I don't know anybody who's died of it, and the NHS asked for lots more money to get over it, but they never got that money. Everyone's screaming in the NHS, we need protection equipment, and we haven't got it. Where are these tests? Where are these tests that are meant to be done? Because I've never been offered, would you like to come and be tested? And those that did want to be tested, who were in a high risk category, were told, oh, coming down the line, including my father, who said, well, I was even prepared to pay my own money to have a test. And they went, oh, we don't even know if it's right now, so we can't let you have the test because it's not even if you're going to pay with your own money, it's not even real and right. So it's like, there's no tests. Did it really come from where it went from? Does anybody have any answers? I don't know. It's just to me, it's just a political campaign for propaganda, because nobody really knows where it came from. Nobody knows where it's going, and there's no tests, and there's nothing you could do about it.
And nobody's
So I always watch people like the American president and our prime minister and other major prime ministers and that around the world. Trump has not really reacted, and he was getting really he was getting really brassed off a couple of weeks ago because he's been told public are expecting you to continue doing your daily briefs. So not even he really believes it. And now they're doing this whole face mask thing, which we know doesn't work unless it's N95 at least. And if anything, there's a lot of American people, a lot of people around the world who've made a lot of money. As soon as that stock exchange crashed, people were shorting it, made a lot of money. And they haven't brought any sanctions against China. Not yet.
Exactly. Yeah.
Not that they've announced. And the NHS didn't get the PPE that they required, supposedly required, maybe because the British Prime Minister didn't believe COVID himself until he supposedly got hit by it, which you would think would soldier him on to give the NHS even more. But he doesn't appear to have done, not from what I've read.
Well, Winston Churchill fought in the war.
Aye, he was stuck in a bunker.
So everyone else should fight in the war.
I find this COVID thing, I don't think it really did exist, not to the extreme that it was spun anyway.
Well, maybe if it was as dangerous as they said it was, then we shouldn't be driving around in cars.
And we'll all be dead.
Because you're more likely to die of like being in a car than you are of getting COVID-19. So therefore, why are we just carrying on driving around in cars then? Why haven't our cars got face masks on them so if they bump into somebody else, they can survive accidents? Why haven't they got like big rubber face masks on them, you know? And anyone who's driving around without a rubber face mask, you know, to protect them from impacts on their cars is just a wanker, because he's not protecting you and he's not protecting me. What a wanker.
I heard what they're saying now. They're saying it's more safer to travel on rails now than what is to drive in a car.
Oh, because you're going to make more contact with other people, but as long as you're wearing masks, it's definitely safer than in a car.
What a load of rubbish, man.
Well, no, the thing is, cars have got windows, you see, so they're going to get more airflow, so you're going to get more virus in than on a train that doesn't have windows. It just has everybody's inside it with masks on. And that's definitely far more safer, because when you're driving through the countryside with your windows open, you're probably going to have more particles of COVID coming in.
And what you're saying there, Matt?
My car's got HEPA filters fitted on it.
I know
driving
it's
a
in there,
Tesla.
Matt. I'm sorry. Sorry, carry on, Neil.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry, no, sorry, I spoke over you. Sorry.
Obviously, it's a doses of sarcasm here, but I mean, don't believe the hype. I suppose is the song was the lyrics, wasn't it? Don't believe the hype. But if they told everybody tomorrow that Father Christmas was going to be like coming back with a machine gun, everybody would like be, you know, like would be putting wood on their windows, you know.
I can tell you what is going to happen.
What you do is you need one. You need one of them.
Some resistance.
Right?
Mm.
Yes. We need the resistance from the government.
I can tell you what is going to happen in the future, the very near future. So what has happened is that when the stock exchange and that fell, the American Fed went in and did their rescue mission. And because everything was so cheap, the Fed printed loads of extra money, which isn't that difficult. So they just put an extra zero on the screen because it's just paper money, monopoly money. And they went out buying everything, including lending millions and billions of dollars to other countries. So when we come out of this pandemic, America are going to be calling in their favors, or they're going to be calling in their interests. And you can see that on the Fed website on all the balance sheets for this year. Every month they put out a new balance sheet, and you can see exactly how much additional money they've raised and what they've bought. And they've bought a lot of stuff. And they've just basically given Wall Street unlimited funds to keep buying. And eventually they're going to want to sell it off. And so what they're going to do, they're going to do deals with people like France. Oh, we want some cheap nuclear energy.
Yeah.
You know, things like that. Who knows? But what also America...
They're selling to China. Like they've sold all their assets to China so far. All the steel, all the docks, all the infrastructure. Wow. You can even run our military bases now.
To bring it all back. But what else the Americans want to do? So they want to get rid of paper money and go digital. And this has been a great time for them to keep pushing that. And they've now got a digital wallet ready, which is going to be the electronic dollar. And that's going to be going out soon. But what America are also going to do is, because the oil has gone really, really, really cheap, that means that they will need another war out in the Middle East. So I think when COVID completely goes, they'll be pushing buttons on Iran or a neighbor to get the oil price up.
There aren't many small countries left for them to dominate and destroy, aren't they? I mean,
trust me, the government will find it.
I mean, what's it going to be eventually when you get rid of all Muslim countries and Arab countries and Russian countries and Chinese countries? When you get rid of everybody, through sort of like a process of elimination, who's going to be left for them to go to war over? It'll be like a war on like Facebook posts, like, what's it going to be like? Oh, it's the bastards who posted like pictures on Facebook of like Miley Cyrus. They're the new terrorists, It's like, how dare they? These fat shamers like me, or like, people who have opinions, strong opinions. It's the strong opinion people. We need to go to war. They're all based in Newcastle. They're all the strong opinion ones. Like these people in Bright.
I live from Newcastle. However,
I know, but that's what they'll say. They'll say, look, polls have shown us that people in Newcastle have got strong opinions, so we need to fucking sort them out. What are we going to do about it?
Newcastle is a beautiful place.
It might be a nice place, but it's got people from Newcastle in it. We need to get these people from Newcastle out of this beautiful place because they're ruining it. We need to get rid of that so people like good, honest, hard-working people with no opinions can move in.
No, what we need rid of is these idiots that control all our lives.
Yeah. But they'll find a way to spin it. They'll say, oh, it's people from these places are spreading viruses like they're doing at the moment. It's people from these places are causing problems. I couldn't believe when I went to London how many people were just riding around and going in the parks and playing football and doing all the things. I went back to my little village here and it was dead silent. It was like ghost town, like Zombieville. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I drove up to London and it was like a normal day. You know what I mean? It was just everyone was out doing their shit and running and sprinting, and people were locked down. It wasn't even. It was like you could go for like a short walk, 30 minutes, right? And there were people running through the park, and it was like cars and playing football and all this sort of stuff. Nobody was saying a thing because in London, as far as everybody up there was concerned, this was something for the rest of the country to deal with, which is just basically the type of attitude that people in London have generally. It's like, it's their shit. Let the peasants pay for it. We'll have our thing. We'll do what we want to do.
Matt, it's not the London people. The physics, the government, and the Queen, right? There you go.
People with too much bloody money lording it over everybody else, which is what I experience a lot when I go out exploring. Is like, the haves and the have-nots. But then you've got Mr. Fat Gland, with his HGV license, deciding he's going to be like, Mr. Security Guard for for a hovercraft museum, because a couple of people wanted to go in there and take some photos. You know what I mean? It's like everybody wants to police everybody else and get in everyone else's face and like tell everybody else they're wrong. I got it around me here. So, it don't matter where you go and what level you're on. You got some rich bastard who's trying to tell some other rich bastard he's wrong. You got like the royal families trying to tell the other royal families are wrong, and you got the peasants trying to like fight against the peasants because of what somebody else told them was wrong. And you got everybody's in everybody else's face because they can be. And the enabler of this, a lot of it, is television and the media, because they're telling you on a day-to-day basis who you should go and be kicking the shit out of next.
That's because that's what they want.
So people, I only get involved in this conversation because other people drag me in. But to be honest, I took no notice of bloody COVID from the start and still won't. And I won't be having the vaccine. And if it gets too heated, I'll be making sure that nobody else has the vaccine too. But I don't have to get up and actually have to do something, because it's like, people I think will wake up by that point. I think people will wake up. V for Vendetta is not a movie; it's a documentary. It's like, who are these Nazis, and who are these, who are these nutters? It's not necessarily, It's like that. These people who go to fight in the armies will eventually just say, "Do you know what? Enough's enough. I've heard enough."
Look at the stuff you visited, right? Look at all that waste, right? Think about it, Matt. That's how much they care about Britain.
Yeah. Well, they've got to keep that stockpile there for the next fake war and the next, arrangement they have with some distant relative who who married your cousin, who now we have to fight against. So I'm sorry, it's pistols at dawn.
I'll send them to Netflix next time.
Game of Thrones. It's just like, yeah. I mean, who are we going to fight next? Your neighbour, because or your distant cousin or your distant uncle.
Well, I don't think it'll ever be a physical fight.
No, I think it's too much danger zone now. The nuclear missiles, everybody. If somebody strikes, we'll all die. That's the way I see it. I don't know what your opinions on that, but nuclear missiles, right? They just use it as a threat. I don't think that anybody will ever use it. I'm sure Matt said that.
Maybe that's why they're trying different tactics, because nobody, we've had 57, we've had 70 years of nuclear threat, haven't we? And nobody's kind of buying it anymore. So it's like now the threat has to become inside. It has to become inside, not something external. It has to become something that's inside and in front of you. It's not the threat like across thousands of miles. It has to be the threat that's in your supermarket. It has to be the threat that's in your petrol station or like post office.
Neighbor, you know what I mean?
Your next door neighbor. It's like it needs to be.
What's happening.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't. But this is the thing, right? This is why I have a lot of faith in human spirit, because, like, some days, if I can be asked, I will put a mask on and go in some places, because I'm just like, I'm thinking to myself, like, I'm going to observe you guys, because I don't need to do it, because there's other days when I'm like, I can't be asked. So I go in and I'll observe what people are like when you don't have the mask on. And it's like, do you know what? I don't think people really care. You can have your mask on or you might have your mask off. Most people are like, whatever. I had some bloke in services literally clambered over a security barrier to get away from me because I wasn't wearing a mask. But it's like pantomime. It's like, mate, you need to be on the next Netflix series, mate, because you just put on a really good show there, right? He's wearing a mask, but because I'm not wearing a mask, he had to clamber over everything so everybody knew that he was one of the boys. Yeah.
Well, so you see, I'm wearing a mask. I'm serious.
I should have gone, mate. I need to help you up, mate. I need to. Yeah, I should have like fucking mate. But you seem to be falling over the security thing. No, really. And then they would have called the police, and both of us would have been like guns pointed at our heads, and there would have been a story, and then Boris would have come out and said that we need tougher sentences for people like both of us.
What the biggest piece of bullshit the government's ever come out, because if it was really chemical warfare, right, or anything kind of this, where's the fire brigade? Where's all these pack units, chemical warfare units coming up with the suits? If it was that serious, where are they?
Well, I think they were there.
Wasn't that guy who was the government scientist who went to shag his missus and they said it's disgusting, he shouldn't be doing this, he's a representative, he shouldn't be like off shagging his missus, his bit on the side, when he's supposed telling everybody else they can't do that, but he wasn't prosecuted for it because they never are. And then it's like, but then Mr. Piers Corbyn, Jeremy Corbyn's brother, because he organised the protest, he's going to get £10,000 fine. But then all the first responders, like the police and the ambulance, were all standing on London Bridge going, we stand side by side, spreading our COVID with each other with no masks on, going, aren't we wonderful, folks? Yes. We're the elite. The rules don't apply to us because we can stand on London Bridge and we can go, nee, 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 nee. Yeah, but if you stand on London Bridge and go, nee, 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 we'll find you.
You're arrested, son.
So it's one rule for one rule for the other. And there's only so far you can keep that up. If you keep that bullshit up, the people are going to go, Mr. Police Officer, I don't recognize your authority. Fuck off.
And if you're lucky enough, you make it
my language. If you're lucky enough, you can play that game because people are going to wake up to it. Sorry.
How you might just a bit of clowns. They're just a bunch of circus actors, these.
So
what do you think, Neil?
That's my two penneth. These clowns who go around like acting like they're butthurt because you're not wearing their mask or they haven't got two masks or
they can't control you.
Well, yeah. See, when it first out when we first started hearing about it in the UK,
that's the problem, Neil. So, first of all, sorry, can I stop you there, everybody? When Haynes
better be good because he hadn't even got past his sentence before you stopped him. Yeah.
When Haynes brings chicken,
I mean, you don't mind if I stop. Don't mind if I stop you. I mean, you don't mind, though, do you?
Carry on, Neil. Sorry about that.
So, when we first started hearing about it, we pulled my daughter out of school a week earlier than when it shut down because we knew that this could be something big, and then. We went into our own lockdown.
Yes, thank you very much.
Lockdown. And then once we've done
thank you for that. That's very kind.
I was going out to the supermarket and I was wearing a mask.
The check is in the post.
And people were looking at me strangely because I was wearing a mask.
Your place later on.
Wearing the mask. So
I'll be wearing a red rose. Okay. That one, yes. On the left. Third house on the right. I'll be wearing the red rose. Good night. Cheers. Sorry.
So
yeah, so as I'm just saying, it's funny.
How the hell did you get on?
Well, I mean, you all get on.
I'm sorry, Joe. I must, if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
Gareth
I'm sorry, Neil.
mindset.
I'm so sorry. If you don't mind.
Hey, am I on?
Oh, I'm sorry. If you don't mind.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
He's testing my mind, I think.
Yes, I'm testing my mind. How's everyone doing?
Matt's testing all our minds.
He does. That's one of his many skills, testing people's minds.
Oh,
Well.
and he's brilliant at it.
Yeah,
But we never found out what Joe was going to say, and we never found out what Neil's going to say, or I was going to say, because we all cut each other off, so we're never going to find out because we just butt into each other.
Yeah,
So you have to have the gentlemanly agreement, like to
right.
only
Right,
one person
Neil.
can speak at one time.
Right, Neil, thumbs up, son. We'll chat later. I'll let the newcomer come in. Talk to Matt.
If you
There you
say
go, newcomer.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the newcomer to the channel. Thank you so much for letting me join. I just want to ask each one of our panelists this evening, what the hell are we talking about?
I don't know. I'm lost.
We need to start a new stream because this is wandering way off, and we're on like 5 hours now. Again, I said, we need to stop this earlier
Well,
on.
you are
Stop it,
known
start
for mammothly long streams, Matt.
Well, only because I can't
Hours
bloody
and
press the
hours.
stop button, and I can never say no.
They were
So-
talking about amateur radio.
Amateur radio. Well, I only discuss
And-
professional radio, so please.
And we
No,
were
I'm joking.
chatting like last evening, 5 hours ago. It was about hovercraft.
Hovercraft.
Yeah.
Didn't you break
Remember
into
that.
like a hovercraft museum or something? I saw that there was a news clipping where they got slightly pissed off at you from doing that.
Goodness gracious! I can't believe you would use such, morally irreprehensible language as to say we broke in.
Well,
We didn't break in, mate.
You climbed through
After
a
we saw
window
the
or
state
something.
of the fucking place, we broke out.
Did you get inside a hovercraft? I haven't watched your video yet, but I'm assuming
They could have paid. I would have paid money to break out, mate.
yeah.
I was worried if I actually made contact with any of the surfacers, I'd be bringing over some sort of bringing home some sort of fungus.
Yeah, I saw the
Can
link today. Someone
Can I just stop
forwarded
you
me the
all
link.
there, please?
Oh, could you?
Can I just stop you all
Could
there,
you?
please? The
Could you?
secret vault does not break into anywhere.
No, of course not.
Understand that. No matter where you're from or where in the world, the secret vault does not break into anywhere.
Absolutely not.
I'm glad you clarified that.
No,
But whilst I was breaking
in
into this establishment that we were talking about, whilst I was breaking in, because in some parts of the world they don't understand the subtleties of the language we were using. So the only way they can, I broke in.
You've never
because-
broken anywhere. Right, you just carry on with chat. Matt, the secret vault has never broken anywhere. He's never damaged it, never stolen out, and never caused fire, never caused any damage. I watched it from the beginning. So anybody that comes on this channel and tries to accuse him that, it's up to Matt to remove them. But really, he doesn't do nothing like that. He's pure, clean, and good lad. And that's why I'm still here all these years.
I'm
There you
really
go, Matt.
glad that somebody actually believes that we're not breaking in. There are probably some police and some 28 days later people who were, or some people that we used to even consider friends who might say that we were breaking in because it suits them on a particular day to say that. But yeah.
Well, I do apologize if I inadvertently touched a nerve there, but it was purely a figure of speech.
It's very newsworthy and kind of to kind of use these terms, but when you scrape beneath the surface, it becomes quite a boring news story. If you don't say broke in, raped, Paris Hilton, chemical weapon, blah blah blah, secret weapon, blah blah blah, nuclear conspiracy, blah blah blah.
Dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria.
Yep, that's the one. Connie and Bob splitting up. Just disgraceful.
Sounds like Harry and Meghan's lifestyle.
Yeah.
Anyway, anybody on this channel, don't ever accuse secret vault of burglary. please, ever.
Unless you're a police officer, in which case
I
I will defend myself. I will defend myself. You know, if you're gonna put that sort of stuff before I might actually say, no, copper, shut
Matt,
it,
I've been here from the beginning.
shut it,
right?
copper. You
All right,
dirty, filthy, donut-eating slag. Shut your mouth. How dare you speak to me? You have no right. Just because you wear some uniform
Costume.
and get up early in the morning, you know, you think you speak to me? Yeah? You think you can speak to me? I used to work for Customs and Excise, you fucking slags. Cleaning cars. Who the fuck do you think you are?
Matt, you sold it. Right, I'm going to let you go through, Matt. But
No worries,
just
mate. No, I'm going to start to swear now, so we definitely need to get on to another stream because I'm going to lose it.
You just go and talk to him now.
Okay, well, thank you. But
I'm just standing here on the side.
we need to do a ham radio special night, an electronics night, and I reckon you and me will hit it off. But we got to get it back on track. So Neil's gone now to seek meditation in the toilet probably, and Mindset Central is bringing us American vibes from the heart of
the hottest place on the planet right now.
Yeah, the hottest place where all the conspiracy theories come from.
Yeah,
Hollywood.
It's like living on the
Near
effing
Birmingham.
sun.
Yeah, Hollywood.
Yeah, Hollywood.
Yeah, he's going to tell us what's going to happen in 2 months' time because they're already working this shit out in Hollywood right now.
Oh, you mean
it
the
takes
election?
a couple of minutes to film it. No, I mean I like any sort of new conspiracy theory. It takes time to write it and film it before you can put it out.
It takes months, maybe years, to come up with the scenarios that the United States is going to drag the rest of the world into. Things that are happening now, we're probably sat around a table and put on the drawing board at least maybe 2.5 to 3 years ago. COVID was probably developed back in 2015, and then rolled out, aimed for 2020. We'll get these effing morons, running around with the pandemic wearing masks. It'll be great.
You're almost going to break into the rhyme then, when you COVID-19.
COVID-19. From the state of Washington to the state of Maine.
To the state of Maine. Yeah.
To the state of Maine.
COVID-19.
Let's blow the wind of God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one. Yeah.
When
you stuttered then, I thought you are that's your brain playing tricks with you then. You thought you could say COVID-19, but your brain went COVID-19.
COVID-19.
You can't even trust your own brain these days.
I can't trust my brain at all.
I've got an auditor, that comes in twice a month and just makes sure that I'm firing correctly.
Cleans out your brain.
If I'm not, they just wipe it and just reprogram it because
can we reformat Matt's brain, please?
Yeah. 2 months and it starts to twitch out a bit and it needs reprogramming before it goes crazy and starts wanting to kill the queen.
Have you guys watched Raised by Wolves yet? Anyone watching that?
No, what's that?
It's a new science fiction show by Ridley Scott.
Oh.
Massive war, end of the human race. Androids land on this planet and start creating embryos and having human children and raising them on this desolate world. It's pretty awesome. Very well done show. Raised by Wolves.
Raised by Wolves. Okay.
Yeah, check it out. Hop on the torrents. Grab that shit.
Are any spoilers included in what you just said? Am I going to get that?
No, it's
by the way,
really good. Really
IMDb contains spoilers. Sorry, what was it?
No, I mean the basic premise is there's been a huge.
So it's going to get even better than what you've told us there.
Yeah, everything I just explained happens
that's just in the
first
5 minutes.
First 10 minutes of episode 1.
That sounds to me like a classic Hollywood style where they give you really good CGI for 5 minutes, but then they've blown the budget, and then the rest of the 10 episodes is just
I've watched
a girl, a boy.
I've watched the first 3 episodes, and it gets better and better.
There's a high school. There's going to be some jocks, some sports cars.
Yep.
And it's going to be
stuff. Car chases, machine guns,
yeah,
dogs and cats living
drifting
together,
around corners.
mass hysteria.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
cars that like hit each other
Mm-hmm.
and then 20 seconds later explode.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's 106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Yeah.
Sunglasses.
Right?
I always wear sunglasses when I'm driving at night.
Yeah. You got to wear sunglasses at night, man. Only the cool people wear sunglasses at night.
Only
Yeah.
wear them at night times.
Yeah. Sunglasses at night.
Because I'm driving so long, I don't even realize it's become night. That's why I wear
Yes,
sunglasses.
right.
I don't know why- I think my lights are broken.
Nice one,
I
Matt.
think my lights are broken, and then I realize I'm wearing sunglasses.
Sunglasses. There was
Take
that
them off,
song
I'm
in
like,
the
oh, I
80s.
don't
I,
need to buy any
I
new
only
bulb.
wear sunglasses at night, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you get a chance, check out Raised by Wolves. Well
I
worth,
will.
Well worth a watch if you
Raised by
have
Wolves.
if you like cutting edge science fiction, and it's really good actually because we're finally getting like real science fiction shows. None of this nonsense that's pumped into our brains constantly. This is like pure science fiction. Very, very good.
Well,
Money talks, bullshit walks. I've said for
Yeah.
many years, people don't want adverts
No,
in the middle of their sci-fis in the middle of TV programs. It dilutes the train of thought. You know, people
Yeah.
would pay money. They would pay money to not have adverts, and that
Mhm.
is proven true.
androids raising children. It's very good.
And when the program's over, I turn it off before any adverts come on.
Exactly.
I don't even want adverts from the company that's giving me the stuff that I'm happy with. I don't
Absolutely.
even want their adverts.
Well, a lot
Yeah.
of people used to just download it off the internet.
that's when they cough.
If it's that good, we'll find out about it. We don't need to be told what's good.
Exactly.
We'll know.
See, I
We'll
just
know.
told you. You didn't even know about it until I just told you. See, there you go.
Exactly. So I'm just thinking now, one I quite like at the moment, which is kind of a little bit undercurrent. Have you seen series 2 of The Boys has started?
I just started watching it this afternoon. I watched the first 2 episodes. It's fabulous.
Yeah, I quite like that.
I love it.
It's quite
And
subversive.
I love the little digs that they make against wokeness and the current Hollywood situation. It's beautiful. It's a little poke, you know, little fu. It's great. Very good.
And I totally agree. I mean, there's no way I want some fucking retarded, crippled Asian guy being my superhero.
Wasn't that great? Fucking pops his ear.
Which sounds really wrong when you say it, doesn't it? But
yeah, but they said it on the show.
yeah. So
Yeah.
Hollywood said it.
I don't want no fucking cripple being part of the 7.
No way. It's no fucking
way.
crippled Asian guy being part of the fucking 7.
Fuck that.
Hey, you shouldn't talk about me like that.
Holy shit.
They will be making one day when you kick off.
We got fucking Joey
when you-
Deacon here. What's going on? Fucking
when
Joey
when you go postal, mate, they'll be making series about you for many years. They'll say he's got a background. Look, his family were disgruntled military people
Yeah.
that thought they were doing it for the right reason, but then they passed it down the line. This information just wasn't worth it, and then it bred the seed of discontent.
See, I only want my family to be gruntled.
Yeah.
I'm not into the
I've got one
disgruntled. I
leg
want to be
shorter than
gruntled.
the other. Tell them to do that.
Yeah. Exactly.
I
Got
will.
one leg shorter than the other. You're not got a bit of disfigured face, you know. And you're going to do this all right.
Plus, he's already admitted to being a peasant, so we could class him as being like, sort of, we could work that in, can we? It's like, I ain't having no peg leg peasant from up north. See, in an American sense, they would use it as you could have an Asian guy, you could have a guy from England, where they think that everyone's peasants, and they go like, oh, he's a peasant. He started the war. He had a peg leg. He was just malcontent.
War. He sounded very
Yeah.
Richard Burton there, man.
War.
The war.
Yeah, the war.
No one would have believed in life on other planets.
Yes.
No one would
He
have believed.
studied these creatures that swarm and multiply.
Swarm,
and
multiply. Like we study bike.
Nobody should be poor.
Swarm.
Nobody should be rich. Everybody should be equal in the whole world.
There you go.
And slowly,
That's what we are saying.
Surely.
Slowly and surely, they drew their plans.
They drew their plans against us.
us.
against us.
Against us.
In fact, he's more from your neck of the woods than he's from mine.
Yeah, he's from Port Talbot, right? No, Neath. He's from Neath.
Yes, Gleneath. No, not Gleneath.
Neath. Is it from Neath?
Neath.
No,
Yeah, maybe.
Anthony Hopkins is from Port Talbot. Yeah, Anthony Hopkins is from Port Talbot.
Yes.
Whoa.
Yes.
Yeah.
Port Talbot. And hang on though. I thought he was Pontypridd.
You know how we can find out? We have this thing in front of us called the internet where you can type in his name and magically his place of birth will appear.
Yes, but if we got it wrong, we'll just blame it on the Mandela effect. So
there you go.
It was right when I remembered it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was from Port Talbot when I remembered it. They've changed it now. He's now from somewhere else.
Let's see. Richard Batten.
He was somewhere between Neath and Port Talbot. That's what it is. That's why I can't work it out, because between Neath and Port Talbot is a valley that runs down, and he was halfway between there in a place that's got a rather large, now disused viaduct. That is exactly where he was born.
You're absolutely right, Matt. He was from Pentragethen.
Right.
Yeah, you're right.
So
you're absolutely right.
Married Elizabeth Taylor.
And Anthony Hopkins was from Port Talbot. Where it was not a well-known fact where they filmed the opening scenes of Blade Runner.
Indeed.
No, that's a joke, but
no, Ridley Scott. Well, I've talked about this. Ridley Scott was apparently, if it wasn't those smokestacks with the flames coming above them, which was the inspiration, I think they were mixed in. They were like mixed. There were bits were mixed in there. Yeah. It was the inspiration to Ridley Scott because he said he was driving along that way and looked over and saw these smokestacks.
So whenever you drive down the M4 and you go past Port Talbot and you're heading to Swansea,
I get melancholic and I tried to recreate what he saw, even though in the film it's more exciting than the real thing.
I've seen things you people wouldn't believe.
Let's see. Yeah, I've seen. Was it moonbeams shining
on fire
off the shoulder of Orion?
Yeah. What a great movie that is. Were you surprised by how good Blade Runner, the sequel, 2021 or whatever it is? I was really surprised. I thought it was going to be absolute shit because I love the first movie so much. I thought the sequel was going to be garbage, but I really, really liked it. I thought the sequel was awesome.
It really didn't get me excited at all.
I really enjoyed it. Maybe because I went into it with such low expectations.
Yeah,
I went into it thinking, oh my god, this is going to be so fucking shit. But it actually turned out I really enjoyed it.
I think the problem for me lay in the fact that when you have one movie which has a certain pace and a style and a way of direction, which is misdirection in many respects, because who's the director? George Lucas. I watched him the other night, and he said, "Hey, everybody goes on about how this was such a great movie."
What, Blade Runner?
No, Star Wars.
Oh, Star Wars, right? Okay.
Star Wars, yeah. He said everybody goes on about how it's such a good movie and how it's so great. He said, right from the start, this was meant to be a cheap movie. It was meant to get away with tricks that would fool you into thinking you were seeing good special effects, but you weren't.
Yeah.
We used fast pans, fast moves, fast effects, so you didn't get time to look at what was there. If you did, you would notice it wasn't very clear.
Right.
Yeah, and it wasn't very good. But he said it works well when you've got that pace and emotion, you go with it. If you start to believe it, and he said now it's used as a template for bad special effects and for things that, you can't see very well. He said, but back then that's all we could get away with. Yeah. He said, now you can really see the special effects. Nobody believes it because it's too clear. It's too.
But Star Wars was such an ultimate cultural game changer.
Yeah.
I mean, you can have Star Wars as like a line in the sand. There's movies before Star Wars and movies after Star Wars because it changed everything so much. I remember as a kid, I really liked the movie Krull. Do you remember that movie Krull?
Yeah.
And as a kid, I really enjoyed that movie. And I bought it on Blu-ray about a month ago. And I hadn't seen it since for 30-something years. I hadn't seen the movie. And I bought the Blu-ray. And I was like, oh my God, this is such a great movie. And I put it on. And it's absolute fucking shit.
I can remember
But as a kid,
the skull
it was
face
amazing.
on the cover. Did it have? No, I don't know this for certain because I can't remember anything about it. But did it have Clancy Brown in it?
No,
Okay.
no, that's Highlander. I think you're thinking of.
Yeah. Okay.
There can be only one.
I can't remember who the guy was, the bad guy in it, because he was obviously the skull face on the front, which is like as well. Yeah, but I can't remember much about it.
But yeah, it's a horror. The movie is garbage, but it's weird. You know, you have childhood nostalgic memories, and when you're a kid, it's like this wonderful thing, and you watch it now and as an adult, and it's like, what the fuck was I thinking?
Yeah,
you know,
and this is where Lucas has problems with people who think that like Star Wars should be this like adult movie because they've grown up, and he said it was always a children's movie, but it was just a children's movie that had a bit of an edge.
Mm-hmm.
But then when I made it how I wanted to make it, which was like, this is how I really wanted it with all these special effects and delete these scenes and put these things in it. So it's like you all go, oh, well, that's not what we want.
But
it's
but you can still enjoy Star Wars today, though. As an adult, you can still watch it and still enjoy it. You know.
But I think a lot of the grit that made it what it was down to who made it with him. You know, and in fact, it was made in a studio where there was a lot of people trying to sort of show their art and do their things, ahead, whereas if it was in Hollywood, it would have just been thrown out there. It was just oh dear. I don't know whose number that is. So that's going to be somebody ringing me to take the piss.
Take the piss. Hey, there's a guy in the chat. His name is Ghost Adventures of Cornwall.
Yeah.
Is he like a Zach Bagans fan? Or Zach Baggins?
No idea.
Maybe he'll answer.
Yeah.
So I've noticed you're using StreamYard now. Is this the new thing, StreamYard?
Well, only because it's so easy, because I don't have to think about what I'm doing. It
just comes up.
It's quite easy. Yeah.
It's all web-based. That's pretty cool. I've never used it before.
I was going to put him on mute because he's just fucked off by himself. I was going to put him on mute because he was coughing, and then he's kicked himself off. So hang on, sorry. Because of that, I muted you, Mike Central, because you then jumped into his place, and then the button push became you.
The button
when
push.
I was clicking. I didn't kick him. I clicked on mute, but then you jumped into place, and I muted you.
The dreaded button push. Yes.
Yeah. No, he was coughing his guts out then, so I thought, well, people are going to wonder what's going on there, so I'll mute him.
I know. Who was that guy? He was a character.
He's a real character, yeah. He's very interesting.
I'd love a reality show of his life. I'd be fucking glued.
I think we'll be finding out more about him. I get the feeling in the future.
So.
Yeah. So
you're gonna do a ham radio show with him.
You could, ham radio.
We'll have to do a side channel. I do have a side channel that's a ham radio channel, actually.
Yeah.
That nobody knows about. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And it has definitely not got the views, which is just as it should be. So, yeah, because it's not about me, it's about ham radio. So,
ham radio. I didn't know you were a ham radio guy.
A little bit, not an amazing ham radio guy. I certainly don't deserve to take credit because I only do a little bit of it,
I've been looking at your Mindset Central YouTube channel.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah.
Looking at the Alien exhibition.
Which one? The Alien Con from last year? Is that the one you're talking about? The
one that's got an alien in the case, and you put your hand inside the case and inside.
Oh no, yeah, that was years ago. They had they opened up an alien museum in LA, and I saw it advertised. And I thought, well, I gotta go see this shit. So I went along, and I went with my camera, and I filmed all the exhibits. It was kind of lame. It was very cheesy, but it was a fun afternoon, and it was I just went in and looked around with all the alien stuff. Nothing, no real exhibits. It was all props and rubber monsters and shit. But that was like 2 or 3 years ago, I think. But I remember filming that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Well, I'd have a quick look.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I apologize to everybody for not reading the comments. I get drawn into who's there I'm chatting to, and it's very hard for me to keep a track of the comments. I'm just looking back through some of them now. Yeah. Well, if you want to come in and really speak to me. Oh, hello. Okay, it was somebody I knew then. He's just texted me, but I was like, oh, God, it's a bit late and I don't know your number. I'll store you now then. Okay, so I do know who you are now. Right, I'll store you. So, but I don't know why you're ringing me, but okay.
20 past
Okay.
3 in the morning.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, yeah, but we're not looking at the comments, you see. So, but how he got hold of my number, I don't know as well. But good. Yeah, okay. He's left me a message. Let me see what it is then, because he is a person I know, so I'll listen to it. You have one new message. First new message received today at. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, mate. Oh, sorry. I thought I'm talking to somebody. I'm not talking to a real person. Sorry, I'm talking to a freaking answer machine.
Talking to a message?
Yeah. It's all right. Yeah, I'm sure we'll be all right. I'm sure we'll be okay. Don't worry. We should probably stop the stream and to another one, but I'm sure we'll be all right. Yeah. I don't really know how to get in touch with these people anyway, so that's all I'm going to say on that one. I don't actually know how to contact them, so you're as good as me on that one. So go for gold. That's all I can say. Anyway, right, back to this thing. Guys, it's getting late, but I could stay on, but we could switch it to another thing, or this is going to be like a 5-6 hour marathon, which I always detest putting up because who's going to watch 5 or 6 hours? If we keep on topic, I suppose people might watch it, but it's been so people say they like them. I swear a lot, and then I want to take them down because I've been swearing. So
I don't know what you're.
Edit some, this was a good conversation.
Yeah, but I'm not going to watch myself for 7 hours to edit out the swears. So
yeah,
that's true. And I could employ somebody to do it, but I'm not rich enough yet.
I don't know what the stats say, but I download some real long stuff which people look at and go, "That's crap," but it's just noise in the background when I'm at work.
Yeah,
it's better than listening to other people going on about absolute dire stuff. So I don't know. I don't know what your stats are like. I don't know whether people would watch it or not.
I think if we got more bang the fist against the table and more Alex Jones, we'd probably get more views. But I think we're trying to kind of like.
Let me stop you right there, Matt.
We can go that way if you want.
If you want to go there, Mr. Jones.
I'm not trying to get you to go away. What I'm saying is like if we're talking about like podcasts that people would probably want to listen to more, we could amp it up a bit more and hey, you know what? We've got to get ourselves together and we've got to get a group of us. And after you've taken some vitamins from this supplier,
I was going to say, we're going to take a break for 10 minutes to talk about the vitamins.
Well, we could talk about. What do you guys think of Alex Jones? Do you think he's a mental case? Do you think he's on the level? Do you think he's a showman? I mean, or all of the above, or maybe something I haven't even mentioned?
I think it's sad that it ends up becoming just like he has to push the sponsors all the time, which
he's got to pay the bills. I mean,
he's got to pay the bills, but oh God, I can't see myself personally wanting to buy vitamin supplements from him or anyone else.
Sure. Well, I mean, the vast majority of people who listen to those ads will never buy anything, but a small minority will. But because he has such a vast viewership, that small minority is enough to keep him in business.
Yeah. I think he's had a rough deal from YouTube, considering some of the other stuff that's on YouTube that just gets under the radar.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, Alex Jones reckons that people at the Pentagon listen to him, and they've got him on TV there and whatnot. So
I think they have to. I think it's somebody's job to actually listen to him. Probably,
probably is. Yeah, but
because he's representative of a threat. I mean, he's like he was buddies with Trump, and Trump's a president, and if you can get people's attention, you can go down that line. And I think that that he's speaking for a lot of people in America.
I was gutted when they shut him down because, well, they haven't shut him down, but took him off YouTube because I used to listen to it all the time when I was at
Yeah.
work.
Yeah.
I
And
think
it
it's
was
the worst thing you
entertaining.
can do. It's the
What I-
worst thing
what-
you can do
what
is
I
to
found
like,
about-
try and silence somebody because everybody wants to know what they're going to talk about then.
He's gone out and started up his own TV station, hasn't he? Was it Truth.tv?
What I found about Alex Jones is that I mean, and I think most people you either like him or you hate him. There's no middle ground. You know, very few people will say, "Oh, he's all right." Most people say he's the greatest, or I fucking hate him. It's one or the other. But what I found is that even though he does come off as very unhinged and you know he gets very animated and crazy, but what he says, like if you were to transcribe what he says, and then just hand someone a piece of paper with what he said and just read it without him doing the performance, he makes a lot of sense. But the performance of him, well, let me tell you right now, you're like, whoa, no, I can't listen to you. You're out of your mind. But if you actually read the content of what he's saying, you're like, oh, okay, all right, that makes sense.
He's a very religious man, and I imagine him going to some quite highly strung evangelical type church, and I think he takes a lot of the ministerial skills from that is what he then uses to present his show.
That's a good point. Yeah, I personally do not think he's a religious man, but I do think that what you're saying is correct. That he styles himself on a particular preaching kind of evangelical kind of vibe. I think you're right there. But personally, I don't see him as religious. I don't see him running to church every 3 seconds.
Oh no, but he says he is. He says
Well,
he also
I mean,
talks about praying for
yeah.
him. Oh, and I says the American way of just speaking, but
Yeah.
he does mention God quite a lot.
Yeah. Well, he knows who his audience is. You know, he probably pandering to them in some
True.
in some respect. You know, but I don't get the religious vibe from him. Like I'm very religious. I'm going to church every Sunday. I don't get that vibe at all. But I think you're right. He does use that kind of preaching style to get his message across. You know.
I don't know how factually correct his material is.
Well, it's not that what he's saying is factually correct. Everything he says, he's not there making that shit up. It's all based on mainstream media articles. Everything that he presents, no matter how wacky or out there or insane it sounds, it's all based on real articles published by the mainstream media. And you can fact check it, right? So it's not like he's sitting there, it's like, oh, well, today I'm going to say, and then he makes some shit up. No. Everything he's saying is based on articles and stories published by the mainstream media. Now, it might be the article might be this big, buried in the corner of some magazine, but it's published. He's not making it up.
No. But no, I absolutely loved him, especially during the election time as well.
Yeah.
The way he was going on about Hillary and Bill, I thought it was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
And I just wish in the UK we had our own equivalent of the Alex Jones.
Who would be the closest in the UK? Or does anyone exist at all?
Piers Morgan.
I was going to say Piers Morgan tries to like steer into these areas where you can deny it and say I'm sorry later on.
Yeah,
which is kind of like Alex Jones in a way, because I mean I don't have a problem with somebody coming out with wacky conspiracy theories, you know, and sort of like let's talk about it, you know, let's talk all the way from this side all the way across to that side, and then come back round on yourself and say, well, maybe it was not true, and we'll come back around and we'll explore them all. But the point being that like there's almost like this consensus of what you can and can't talk about before the stories have even come out,
right?
You know, and it's like in the media, it's like there's a narrative, which is this is the way we want to go. And then if something, as you say, Gareth, if something comes in there that kind of challenges that narrative, they go, oh, no, we must hush that up. No. And then we won't talk about that again. Right. And Alex is the one who goes, hang on, what was that? Can we just talk about that? And he'll go into that. And everyone says, well, how could you be so stupid to talk about it? He goes, oh, I'm just talking about it. You know, it's not necessarily real. Let's just talk about it. And if you got some more information that makes it less real or more real, you know, come on the show. But it's kind of... it's to say you can't talk about it, or you're just so out of bounds that you can't talk about these things.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
There was an interview I talked about it this week on the Mindset podcast where on CNN, Anderson Cooper interviewed Bill Gates, and he was saying, well, Mr. Gates, there's all these stories about you, talking about the virus, and you're going to digitally tag everyone, and everyone's spreading all these lies about you. How do you feel about it? And I'm thinking, how do you know they're lies? That they already have their point of view, right? They already have like you said, they have their narrative already spelled out, and they just go along with it.
Say that, even if it's tongue in cheek, because it's like at least he's getting him to talk about the don't talk about it, because he's making a light of it, but he's still talking about it, which is, again, Bill is probably like, oh fuck, but maybe Bill knows full well, like, well, I'll play along with this guy because he's saying, it's a joke, so I'll say, it is a joke, isn't it?
That's a good point.
So we talk about,
fair enough.
but it's like, at the end of the day, he's still on television talking, and it's like, so
yeah.
And why does Bill Gates need to be taken seriously? Just because he's got billions that he's throwing at vaccines, which may be a joke and have hurt a lot of people and probably will continue to do so. But we won't talk about the damage cases. We'll just talk about what we say is the magic, rainbow at the end of the, pot of gold.
The pot of gold.
Yeah. It's I have my own opinions about vaccines, and so have the public. It's like they don't trust them, and the people who push them are often, they've got agendas.
Yeah.
And you can rewrite history, and has been many times, so that people have been erased from the storybooks because they don't want people to know about this dictator who did this and did that. I mean, the only one who hasn't been erased is Hitler, I think. A lot of other bad people
really
have
good
been
to use, though. You use him, I mean, every analogy anyone makes, though, they always go back to World War II, right? So Hitler's a good analogy. If you want to depict the the most evilest man ever, and you throw out Hitler, so he's not going nowhere, right? He's always going to be in the public consciousness. But
I mean, it's I mean, people don't like to talk about our own leaders and how they've made really bad decisions and wanted eugenics for the population, and couldn't wait to get people to just plow them into wars and things like that, which is it's like, I would have thought Hitler would have been up there with some of the good guys, in terms of this agenda to screw the world over.
Did you see if this was like maybe a year or two ago? I remember reading this. They tracked down a final Hitler, the last surviving, for a genetic line of Adolf Hitler, and they found this guy living in New Jersey, in the United States, and he is the final. I think he's still alive, but he's the final. Obviously, he changed his name, but he's the final
John Smallberries.
Well, it might be, yeah. And they found him was through a cigarette. They took the DNA from a cigarette and traced him back and discovered that he was a Hitler. And once he found out this news, I guess in his 20s or 30s or whatever, he decided that he would never have children and not propagate the bloodline. But I think he's still alive, but he's an old man now, in New Jersey, the last of the Hitler genetic line.
And then in 100 years' time, they will find out that there was a flaw with that system of genetic analysis, which meant that it was actually his neighbor. This guy lived his life, wouldn't have children because of everything he was told, because he was the patsy that was, and he ended up believing it, living his life around it, and it was much like COVID-19. All these people who've been told they had COVID-19 and then acted accordingly, and then they were actually found out that no, they didn't have it at all. Or these people who didn't have COVID-19, who were told they did, They were put in wards with people like to die because you're going to go in a ward and die with them to prove what we're saying is right. But they didn't actually have it. And they went to the ward, didn't get it, came out of the ward, then they found out it was wrong. And it was like, oh, but you didn't catch it. You were in a ward full of people who had it. Yeah. And why do we talk about the things that have gone wrong with COVID-19 so far? Like, prediction systems, early vaccines, testing systems, apps, bloody, advice that's been given. Countries that didn't lock down and did better than countries that did.
Well, have you seen what's going on in Australia right now?
Oh, arresting people, I've been told. But I haven't looked at the news.
Dude.
I've just been told it.
But
doesn't everybody know Australia is actually a fascist regime?
It is. It totally is. It really is. I mean, when you think of it, you don't think that way of Australia. You think, well, it's a first world nation, a democratic nation, but I think it's rapidly transforming into a totalitarian state. I mean, when you see what they're doing to clamp down on free speech, it's gut churning. It's staggeringly evil. If you just go do a search on Google for COVID arrests Australia, and you look at some of those videos, and it's horrific. It's absolutely horrific, where people's doors are being kicked in, dragged out of their houses, arrested, handcuffed for making a post on Facebook. It's like the lunatics have taken over the asylum. They're out of their fucking minds over there. It's insane.
Well, Count Dankula got, a shot across the bows, didn't he? And I've been pulled into a police station and questioned about comments I made on online, which were an April Fool's joke, actually. And I did say to them, "You did click the link in the post," and they went, "No." And I went, "Well, I think you need to click it, because if you're going to accuse me of being a bastard because of a joke, and it says make sure you click the link, and you didn't click it, then you ain't going to get the joke, are you?" So when they clicked it and they saw the joke, I said, "Do you find it funny now?" And they went, "No." It's like, well, no, Daleks don't, do they?
Well, they won't find it funny.
He is joking with us. Sorry.
Makes them look like imbeciles. Makes them look like fools.
This is what these humans call joking.
Humor.
But we don't find it a joke. They will laugh when we have destroyed them.
And we'll smash them all to bits.
Yes. COVID-19.
COVID-19.
Yeah.
From the state of Washington.
It's like a Dalek, isn't it? Yeah. That's very much like a Dalek, yeah.
Yeah, it's but yeah, it's a very sad state of affairs in Australia. It's that once it becomes normalized in Australia, then very quickly it'll become normalized in Europe. And once it becomes normalized in Europe, then I gotta deal with it.
Wasn't it 80 years ago? It was normalized when people were going around smashing windows and like saying he's the bad guy. Don't believe this, believe the other. It was like, they could get you to believe that your next neighbor was like some sort of enemy and he was like out to get you. And then everybody was like, they were like, burn them,
burn the witch.
Burn the witch, yeah. Throw the Jew down the well, as Ali G said when he was in a different mode.
I forgot
as Borat. Yes,
Borat. Yeah. Nice.
Borat.
I like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very good.
Throw him down the well.
The well.
Yeah. I mean, but it's
because in my country we have problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's very sad. I don't know if anyone in the chat room is from down under, from Australia. Who can fill us in on the nonsense that you have to deal with on a daily basis over there.
And I mean, is it true, or is it just hype from the media to keep people in place? Because I mean, when I worked, I hate to say it, when I worked in a certain government civil service department, I was looking at our own statistics and information. I was looking through the books and the manuals and all this sort of stuff, and it was like patently obvious to me that we didn't have a presence to stop people coming into the country, and we didn't really have a handle on how to stop drugs and shit happening, but we would say that we were dealing with it, and it was like we're fighting it, we're beating it, and it's all about what you say.
Oh yeah, it's all the
being
narrative.
the truth.
Exactly.
It's not
promoting a
necessarily the
narrative.
truth.
Yeah.
You know.
Well,
Why they put
all
speed
these,
camera signs on the side of the road when there's no speed cameras is because it gives you fear.
Well, same thing
Well,
when
so
you go into a store, right? That you see, it's monitored by closed circuit, and you look at this camera. Who knows if they're fucking hooked up to anything?
Yeah.
it's like we were saying last week about TV licensing, and people are expecting loads of TV licensing bans, and I knew for a fact that there was only 3 years ago. And like HMRC, you think that they've got loads of ships out there searching other ships. They've only got 3 cutters. Only 3 cutters. I know that because I was involved in the project on them. But yeah, I was expecting them to have loads of boats going around in Felixstowe docks and that, and inspecting and things before they going out to international waters. No. As you said, it's all about the signs. It's all about the rumor to make it look bigger than what it really is. I've just seen a headline here about Australia. They've recruited 500 cyber spies to spy on China, just looking for coronavirus stuff.
They have drones now in Australia, drones that fly around and look to see how if you've gone too far away from your house, if you're in a playground with your kids, if you're wearing masks out in public, they'll send drones out. Now I know that sounds like science fiction lunacy nonsense, but just do a search and you'll see the news articles. It's madness. It's absolute fucking lunacy.
Well, they tried it in Paris, didn't they? Until the French kicked off about it, but they were trying it out there. With drones, they put little loudspeakers on them. Yeah, they put little loudspeakers on them, so they'd land them in the park and go, "You must wear your mask."
Zut alors.
I think people start kicking them.
Get back to your house. Fuck to you.
Yeah. They had incidents in the UK until it was challenged by judges, I think, and it said it was crazy what was going on because the police, to stop people going to what they considered beauty spots, they were basically putting ink or paint in lakes so that it would make the lakes look ugly. So that nobody would go to them. But the people weren't there for the lake. They were there walking and rambling, socially distancing by miles, if you wanted to be pedantic about it, like social distancing 1 mile per person. But because they were not listening to the advice and they were going to these places, the police said, all right, we'll show you. And then without any backing or permission from government, decided they would go and desecrate beauty spots. It's like saying too many people are trying to go down to near Stonehenge to see the stones. They're going there because they're thinking nobody else will be there, so we'll show them. We're going to take the stones away. You know what I mean? It's like, we're going to crumble them into rocks, and we're going to throw them to the far winds. It's like, what next? What next? It only takes somebody with a crazy idea. If the people at the top are kind of like going with it and going, it's a good idea, yes, then they're going to actually allow these people at the bottom to kind of like go out and kill people in the middle of the night, or take them to, concentration camps, or ruin them, take their jobs away from them, do things that are considered worthy to the cause, But luckily we're not in countries like Korea and Russia where people disappear, openly disappear. We just disappear in ways that look a little bit less suspicious.
Just fall off a bridge.
Or our cars crash, or we simply don't have a job anymore, or we were found with some sort of I don't know, child porn or something on our computer,
on your computer, they set you up. It's so weird you saying that. I've recently started rewatching Blake 7, and I don't know if you remember in the first episode. The first episode, Blake is this freedom fighter on Earth in a dome city, and they catch him, and they know he's a freedom fighter, but they got nothing on him. So they plant child pornography and charge him as a pedophile.
Oh, was that the story? Because it's been such a long time since I've seen it.
This is 1979.
Wow.
And they sentence him to life imprisonment on the prison planet Cygnus Alpha for being a pedophile, which, obviously he wasn't. It was all just totally made up. But it's strange how, science fiction in the late 1970s in some ways becomes fact in 2020.
Look
Yeah.
at the film
Yeah.
The Enemy of the State.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Will
I mean,
Proper, that is everyday fact now.
Uh-huh.
well, yes, the
bet
way
you're like-
they trace people down, but I can't remember what they were after him for now, because he
Well,
knew
when
something.
that movie came out, when you
Yeah.
saw like how they were following him and everything, it was outrageous. You're like, oh my god. Whereas now it's like, that's just, look how old fashioned that movie looks.
Mm.
You know, it's like it's nothing. But at the time, it was oh shit. You know.
You've got
But I think
technology
the concept of framing somebody for something, you know, like putting them, it's the movie trope now, isn't it? It's like, we'll put them up on the big screen saying they've done something like this, like they're a murderer, you know, they murdered children, or, you know, they've stolen money off grandmothers and killed people, or they're a terrorist or something like that, you know. So everyone is aware, then everyone's spreading it. They're like putting their phones up to each other and saying, you know, look at this, you know, find them. You know, it's like there always has to be a new enemy. There always has to be a new bad guy.
If you have power and money, you can make the innocent guilty and the guilty innocent.
Mm.
Yeah, very easy.
And I always go back to the thing of who do you believe a lie from, a beggar or a king?
Yeah,
you know.
Mm-hmm.
You won't believe a lie from a beggar, but you believe a lie from a king.
Absolutely.
And yeah, so it's a hard one, really. You know, there's this chap now who's in a French jail where guilty until proven innocent, because that's French law. He was extradited on the basis that he'd been producing fake medicine. And even the judge in his case said, I'm not challenging whether the medicine worked or not. That's not on question. What's on question is, did you break the law by not having a license to produce it? You know, and he actually was hinting, saying, I'm not saying that the medicine didn't work. What I'm saying is, this is, you know, and he gave him a very lenient sentence by British law, because he was saying, you know, I don't have a problem with this. But then he was extradited to France because, well, France, like Sweden with our friend Mr. WikiLeaks, Mr. Julian Assange, you know. I mean, you know, we will get some people to say that he's a rapist. We need to extradite him. And when he's in a different country, people will forget about him.
He is. Assange is so fucked.
Mm.
It's very sad. It's horrible. He is so fucked.
Yeah.
He's probably going to die in prison.
Yeah.
It's very, very sad. It's total travesty. You're talking about shoot the messenger, right? Yeah, shoot the messenger.
Or much like somebody like Winnie Mandela and her husband, who they call the Mandela effect about, and maybe something changed to change the whole of reality. But people say that, you know, there's pretty good evidence to say that he and his wife assassinated people, you know, and then he became the president of the country.
Oh, yeah. Of Mandela.
You know,
yeah.
But for the cause, you know, I mean, but you wouldn't imagine that anyone could become a president or prime minister if it was known that they had such a sort of dodgy background. But, you know, they're so popular with the people, it didn't matter. Like Hitler.
In order to get ahead in that power structure, you really do have to be a little bit of a piece of shit, right? It's like, you know, in the business world, there's no such thing as an honest businessman, right? In order to succeed as a businessman, you got to be a bit of a prick. You know, if you're a nice, honest guy in the business world, you're not going to make it. You have to be a fucking asshole to make it in the business world.
So they say. Yeah, indeed. I mean, this is what they say, isn't it? Yeah.
In politics, if you want to get ahead in politics, you're not going to get ahead in politics if you're a nice, honest, truthful guy. You have to be a piece of shit to succeed.
So Trump's made it, and some people say, is he better than the opposition? Well, different flavor. So maybe one day Assange will be running for Prime Minister of Uruguay or something, or the United Kingdom or whatever. But you get my vote.
Yeah.
I'll be the first one he'll come after to, you know, get rid of when he gets in. So
but I don't hold much hope for Julian Assange, unfortunately. And I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm completely wrong. But I think he's basically, it's game over for him. You know, it's
or
very
they do what they do with a lot of people that kind of come forward with the truth, and then they end up becoming a bit wacky, because it's almost like, you know, then you can't trust them or believe them anymore. So then they're no longer a threat. But who made them wacky? I mean, you've got a few candidates for that category over the years, and I do believe what they said. You know, a lot of them. You know what they originally came out with, but like it gets a bit wacky towards the end. But if it didn't, then maybe people would trust them or believe them too much, and then they would be expendable.
You have a name you want to throw out?
Well, I've got some names. Yes, I'm just thinking. I just wondered if you had one, actually. But if I said there's Di is one, Di, yeah, Di, or Diana, but not Diana, but you know, maybe Diana even. You know, like, you know, did she shake the tree? But then there's Di. There's another one. As like DS is another one.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I know who
DS.
DI is. I don't know who DS is. Who's DS?
You
Say
know,
the name.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to hint at some of them. Like maybe a government whistleblower, you know, somebody on the inside came out, got prosecuted for it, like shot across the bows, and then got a little bit.
Yeah, and he went a bit mental for a while.
A little bit, yeah. But yeah, you know, why wouldn't he let his hair down after being in such a boring job? I know that. I know the feeling there.
He did kind of lose it for a little bit.
Yeah. Then you got like you know, CM, who's like, you know, came out as government whistleblower, but then like came out and then went like completely sideways, you know.
CM.
Yeah.
I don't know who that is.
That's their final name. It
me-
wasn't
give
their
me-
birth name.
No, the
CM.
sex change.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. I
He had a
know
sex change?
ex-military person,
Mm-hmm.
man who then.
Yeah. Man.
I know who you're talking about. I was just trying to think the
Can I
name.
phone a friend? I don't know who
Intelligence.
this is.
He was an intelligence guy.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Leaked a load of like wholesale leaked documents, you know, and sort of
Another Snowden. Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, Chelsea Manning. Yeah, that's who you're talking about.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
But you know,
Bradley. Bradley back in the day.
Bradley Manning, yeah.
Yeah.
You know that Assange might have a little cards that you can throw in the ring and get off it. If you
What's
go on
that?
the WikiLeaks website, there's a file that you can download via torrents, and I think it's about a terabyte now. But it's got all the evidence that he was given, everything. And if ever he's like locked away forever, then he'll release the password for people to download it and look at what's inside that file.
Mm.
But because he's fully encrypted it, no one knows what's in there. So that could be enough to scare a lot of bigwigs.
Yeah. Pen is mightier than the sword.
So it might be the only thing he's got to hold on to.
Yeah. I remember a few years ago I was in London and I went to the Ecuadorian embassy to see what it looked like. It's a very small little building. I thought, you know, when you see it on TV, it looks huge. But when you see it in real life, it's just this little tiny little building. And there was two cops outside. I started talking to them, and I was like, "Is Julian Assange in there?" And they're like, "Yeah, he's in there. He's in there right now. He's in there." And I said, "So what would you?" I said, "What would you do right now if like the door opened and he came out?" And one of them said, "Well, I'd have to arrest him. I'd grab him and I'd arrest him." And the other guy said, "I'd push him back in." And I said, "Why?" He said, "You know the overtime we're making right now."
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and they were in real good spirits. You know, they were very upbeat. It was very easy to talk to them. You know, they weren't being dicks. They were totally cool. Like two cops just stationed outside.
Yeah, I think because probably they're now they've been there for a few years. They've heard all the jokes, they've heard all the things. They know the comebacks. They probably could hold up 5 minutes with a TV crew there and probably do a one-man stand-up routine. But you catch them on day one, and they probably would have been a bit barbed and a bit shitty. And somebody came up and looked a bit like Assange. They'd have probably tried to pin him to the ground and taser him, and then realised it was just a joke.
Exactly.
Yes. I don't know. It's like police do it because they want to get into the fight. They want to get into the middle of the shit. But then, like soldiers, when the shit bites them on the arse and they end up crippled or something like that, they want everyone's sympathy. Then, so they wanted the dangerous thing. Hang on, I'm gonna carry on, guys.
Another call.
I have got a call. It's probably somebody telling me something like somebody's donated something. I never thanked the person who donated something earlier on, did I?
I don't know. Has people been donating? I haven't even noticed.
I never did. Yes. No, you're okay. You told me somebody donated something earlier on, and I never even thanked them. And you told me, and I put the phone down, and I never even thanked them. That's before we even start. But now you're here back again. Can you remember who it was? Because I forgot. I'm such shit. Oh, that's right. Oh, we did deal with this. Sorry, I had this horrible nightmare then. I'm going to be told that I never said thanks to the person who tried to donate something, but actually we did deal with it. Oh, right. Okay.
Right.
Well, he's not here as far as I can see. I can't see him. All right, I'll do that. Yes, I can do that now.
I'm far
Thank
too
you.
polite.
Thanks
I'm
very
worried
much.
I'm gonna break it.
Okay.
Be chatting over stuff.
Thanks a lot. Bye. I can't believe the moderators are actually still there. It's crazy. That's the other reason I should keep these things small, because they're feeling obligated to kind of be here, and I hope they're enjoying themselves, because God, how the hell can you stay awake? I'm only managing to do it because we're having a conversation, so there's some sort of feedback going on. But how somebody can watch this for this amount of time is
right here,
it's monumental.
Now,
it's monumental.
In LA, it's 8:05 p.m.
Wow.
4 a.m. for you, right?
Okay, I have put the link for people to come back in the thing. So I was going to say, Joe's just come back on, so he's obviously listening. But there was a chap who wanted to come on. But if I bring 4 or 5 people on, Joe, if this chap wants to come on, I'll give him a chance. But yeah, okay.
Are you going to end this and go to a new channel?
Oh, God, guys, I'm gonna call it, because I tell you what, it's been interesting, but I think we are going to just dilute to death. It'd be better to kind of come back with a fighting spirit, and I'm starting to nod.
Okay.
Are you guys not nodding?
Well, it's early evening for me, so I'm good. But you guys are probably
Neil's been going okay. Yeah. So Joe, I would invite you back in, but I think it would be rude to bring you in and then just stop it. So and to the gentleman who wanted to come on, he hasn't come on. So let's do it next time, guys. Does anybody want to sort of tell everybody how to get to their channels and stuff? Mindset Central has got this down to pat in an AMSR routine. I'm sure.
You can go search for me on YouTube under Mindset Central, or you can go to mindsetcentral.com, and that's where you can find all my podcasts and the like. So go check it out.
Neil, what are you selling, sir?
I have absolutely nothing, but I need to set something up.
Well, I'm sure there's some people out there that would like what you're selling, even though you're not selling it. So.
No, I'm just piggybacking onto other people, I'm afraid.
Oh dear, they might like that as well. See, less is more in some people's eyes.
I say.
Yes, the humble rabbit is the one that will be kept as a pet, whereas the strong rabbit will be the one that is shot.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm.
It sounds like it's sort of I don't know, some sort of Chinese proverb, but I just made it up.
So can I
Yeah.
tell you a joke before we call it quits?
Mm-hmm.
So this guy, he's got a full mask on, gloves, and a gun. He walks into a sperm bank. He walks into the sperm bank. He walks, and there's a girl behind the counter. He walks up to the girl behind the counter. He sticks the gun in her face, and she says, "No, no, no, no. This is a sperm bank, not a bank. You're in the wrong place. This is not a bank. This is a sperm bank." He said, "I know. Right behind you. Get one of those jars." And she gets the jar. And she said, "But there's sperm in this. You can't do this. It's sperm." He said, "I don't care." He said, "Get that jar." He says, "Now open the top and drink it." And she's, "No, I don't want to." She said, "If you don't drink it, I'm going to shoot you right here." So she gets the sperm and she drinks the sperm. She's terrified. She drinks the sperm. And she's, "Okay, I drank it." And then he pulls the mask off, and it's her husband. And he said, "See, it's not that bad."
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Boom, boom.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
We could explore why that is and isn't funny. I've thought about that subject matter around that area many times, but not specifically the thing you're talking about, but areas like it. But I don't think my audience are going to want me to go down these avenues of because there's things that nobody wishes to admit that they think about, even though they think about them, and they try really hard to not think about them. And the worst way to make somebody think about something is to mention it. So you've just put a vision in somebody's minds now that they had to follow you down that rabbit hole. And
that path, humorous path. I hope
it was funny. Yeah, like my favorite joke is the unspeakable. Is unspeakable. It's a bit like that famous Hollywood joke that the comedians tried to retell each other.
So I have one more joke if you're up to it.
Okay, you're going to do the Jimmy Carr and see how bad you can get it before the end of the show.
No, this is my go-to joke because it's very, very disturbing. So I should warn people watching that if you have a sick sense of humor, you will like this joke. But if you do not,
turn off now.
Yeah, turn off now.
Because complaints will not be accepted after this point.
Exactly. So this takes place during the war in the Middle East in Afghanistan, and there's two soldiers in a trench, and they're in the middle of a horrific firefight. There's explosions going off all over the place, bullets flying everywhere, truly horrific. And there's two guys sat there with their rifles, terrified. And they're there for hours upon hours upon hours upon hours. And then one guy turns to the other one. He says, "Dude," he says, "I gotta take a shit really bad." And he said, "Well, man, there's just the two of us stuck in this trench. You can't take a crap in here. I mean, the place will be, the stench will be horrific. You can't." He said, "Well, what am I going to do? I got to go really bad." So he sticks his head above the trench and he looks and he says, "Okay, there's a trench right over there. It's about 20 yards away." He says, "What I'll do is I'll stand up and I'll give suppressing fire, and I'll fire my gun, and you run as fast as you can and jump in that trench. You go over there, you take a shit. When you're done, you yell back. I'll start more suppressing fire, and you run back, and we'll be good." He's like, okay, I'm ready. So one guy stands up with his rifle. Bop, 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 bop. He starts shooting. He's like, "Run!" Guy runs as fast as he can. He jumps in. He says, "Okay, I'm here. I'm safe. I made it." He's like, "All right, let me know when you're ready to come back." He's like, "Okay." So the guy's waiting. 30 minutes go by. An hour goes by. 2 hours go by. 3 hours go. He's like, "Where the hell?" He's just taking a shit. What the hell is going on? So he's waiting. All of a sudden he hears a voice. "Okay, I'm ready to come back." So he stands up, starts starts shooting. The guy runs in, jumps back into the trench. And he's like, "Dude, what the fuck? Where have you been? You've been there for hours. I thought you were just going to take a crap and come back." He's like, "Man, you're not going to believe this." He's like, "What?" He said, "When I was over there, there was this Afghani girl. He's like, no way. Dude, we had sex like you wouldn't believe. We did it every way you can imagine. We did it. And his buddy's like, no, dude, this is amazing. He said, did she give you a blowjob? He's like, nah, she didn't have a head. Sorry.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah. That's
All
okay,
right.
though. That's all right.
You go.
I think that's fairly safe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay, no more jokes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll just say, yeah. And what's the name of your act?
My act.
The Aristocrats.
The Aristocrats.
Like, what? He's like, yeah, the Aristocrats. Yeah. So, yeah, on that note, that was a good one. I like dark humor, but we'll have to do a dark humor channel.
That'll be fun. Dark humor is good.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Well, thanks.
Okay.
Neil, you can add one bad one in that you'll forget. Yourself, and just wish you hadn't.
Sorry, I've got none at this time in the morning. No.
Okay, well, go and look up the Aristocrats.
There you go.
Okay. Right, I'm off.
Okay. Good night, guys.
All right, cheers.
Preferably Doug Stanhope telling it to his baby, his young son. That's the best version. Doug Stanhope tells his son the Aristocrats joke.
Good joke.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take a look.
All right,
Subscribers are going to go
Great,
downhill now after this.
Great talking to you guys.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll do it again.
Yeah,
Have a good night.
All the best, guys. Yeah, thanks very much.
Take
But
care.
I think YouTube are probably just going to cease my account with these long broadcasts. So yeah, we better cut it here.
All right, have a good one, guys.
All the
Take it
best.
easy.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Good
Bye-bye.
night.
Bye.